Hello and welcome. I know many of you use this video to help you fall asleep. So before we begin, be sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Take a moment to get comfortable, relax, and let yourself unwind. Name of the story: The Silent Visitor. It was late when Thomas walked into his small, dimly lit apartment. The silence was suffocating, as it always was. He had grown used to the solitude, the feeling of being alone in a world that didn't seem to care. Thomas wasn't one to make friends easily, and after years of working long hours as a clerk at a local bookstore, he had learned to accept the quiet that followed him everywhere. His apartment was nothing special: a couch that had seen better days, a small kitchen with a stove that never worked quite right, and a single window overlooking the city. He rarely used the window. There wasn't much to see. Just the tall buildings across the street, some lights that flickered on and off, and the occasional passerby on the sidewalk below. He set his keys down on the counter and rubbed his eyes, feeling the weight of another long day pressing on his shoulders. He hadn't eaten dinner, but he wasn't hungry. It wasn't that he didn't want food. It was more that the thought of eating alone felt pointless. As he stood in the middle of his apartment, wondering what to do next, a knock at the door startled him. He froze, his heart racing. It was strange for anyone to visit him, and even stranger for someone to knock at this hour. He didn't have friends who dropped by unannounced. Cautiously, Thomas approached the door, his hand trembling as he reached for the handle. He glanced through the peephole but saw nothing. Confused, he opened the door a crack, just enough to peer out. To his surprise, there stood a man. A stranger, tall, and with an unsettling calmness about him. His face was pale, almost ghostly, and his features were perfectly symmetrical, too perfect. His eyes were dark, and his expression was unreadable. The man smiled slightly, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "Good evening," the stranger said in a soft, smooth voice. "I hope I'm not disturbing you. My name is Victor." Thomas took a step back, unsure how to respond. No, I don't think so. What do you need?" "I just moved into the apartment next door," Victor explained, gesturing behind him. "I've been hearing noises through the walls, and I thought I'd introduce myself. It's a bit awkward, but I figured a friendly hello might ease the tension." Thomas wasn't sure why, but something about Victor's presence felt unsettling. There was no reason for him to feel this way. After all, the man was being polite and harmless. But there was something about his pale skin, his strange, quiet demeanor, that sent a chill down Thomas's spine. "Well, it's nice to meet you, Victor," Thomas replied, still unsure of what to make of him. "I'm Thomas." Victor nodded, his eyes studying Thomas in a way that made him feel exposed. "It's a pleasure, Thomas. You seem like someone who appreciates solitude. I can tell that you're not someone who welcomes company often." Thomas blinked, surprised by how accurate the man's observation was. "I don't mind being alone," he said, trying to brush off the discomfort growing in his chest. It's been a long day, that's all." Victor tilted his head, a smile curling at the edges of his lips. "I understand. We all need our space. But I must admit, I was hoping for a little company tonight. Perhaps we could have a drink together? Just a simple conversation. I promise I'm harmless." The offer sounded harmless enough, but Thomas hesitated. Something about Victor's tone made it feel like there was an underlying reason for his request. The silence between them grew heavy, but the man's smile never wavered. "I'm not sure," Thomas replied slowly. "I've had a long day, like I said. Maybe another time." Victor's smile faltered for a brief moment, just long enough for Thomas to notice, but it quickly returned. "Of course, another time." The way he said it, with such finality, made Thomas feel uneasy. He wasn't sure why, but he felt as though he had just made a mistake. Before he could close the door, Victor spoke again, his voice almost a whisper. "If you change your mind, I'll be right next door. Don't hesitate to knock." Thomas nodded stiffly and shut the door, locking it behind him. He stood there for a moment, listening to the sound of Victor's footsteps receding down the hallway. He felt a strange sense of relief, though he couldn't quite explain why. It wasn't as though he had done anything wrong. Yet, the encounter had left him feeling unsettled, as if something was off about the entire exchange. He shook his head and tried to push the feeling aside. It was probably nothing. After all, Victor was just a neighbor, a man who had moved in next door. There was no reason to feel this way, no reason to be so paranoid. But as Thomas walked into his living room, a part of him couldn't shake the feeling that he had just encountered something far more sinister than a simple neighborly gesture. Thomas sat on his couch, trying to focus on the small television in front of him. He flicked through the channels absent-mindedly, but none of the shows captured his attention. His mind kept drifting back to the strange interaction with Victor. He couldn't explain it, but something about the man's presence lingered in his thoughts, like a shadow that refused to leave. He stood up and walked over to the kitchen, hoping a glass of water would clear his mind. As he reached for a glass, his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a message from his sister, Emily. "Hey Thomas, how's everything? Haven't heard from you in a while. Hope you're doing okay." Thomas smiled faintly. Emily was always checking in on him, always worried about his loneliness. She had been trying for years to convince him to move back home, to get out of his small apartment and into a better life. But Thomas wasn't interested in her well-meaning suggestions. He liked his space, his routine, and the quiet. He typed a quick response. "Hey Emily, everything's fine. Just a quiet night." He stared at the screen for a moment before hitting send, then placed his phone on the counter. It buzzed again almost immediately, this time with a follow-up message. "You know you don't have to do everything alone, right? There's a whole world out there waiting for you." Thomas frowned. He didn't want to have this conversation again. He didn't need to be reminded that he was alone. The silence of his apartment was enough of a reminder every day. He set the phone aside and leaned against the counter, sighing. But then, just as he was about to return to the couch, a sharp knock at the door sent his heart racing. His first thought was that it was Victor again, but that didn't make sense. It had only been a few minutes since their conversation. There was no way he would be back already. Still, Thomas couldn't ignore the uneasy feeling in his stomach. He approached the door slowly, his hand gripping the handle, his mind racing with 1,000 questions. When he opened it, there stood Victor once again, his pale face expressionless. He wasn't smiling this time. In fact, he looked almost serious. There was something different in his eyes now, something darker. His gaze seemed to pierce right through Thomas. I didn't mean to bother you again," Victor said, his voice colder than before. "But I thought maybe you'd changed your mind. I didn't want to leave things on a sour note." Thomas swallowed hard. I wasn't expecting you back so soon." Victor's gaze never wavered. "I understand. It's just that, well, I feel we might have more in common than you think. I don't usually reach out to people like this, but there's something about you. Something I can't ignore." Thomas felt a knot tighten in his chest. "What do you mean?" Victor stepped a little closer, his movements slow, deliberate. "There's a certain loneliness that we both share, Thomas. You too feel it, don't you? The emptiness, the silence. It's why we're both here. I can see it in your eyes." Thomas took a step back, his mind racing. He had to admit that Victor's words hit too close to home. He did feel that emptiness. He'd been trying to ignore it for years, but it was there, eating away at him. He didn't want to talk about it, didn't want to let anyone see it. "Look, I appreciate the offer," Thomas said, trying to keep his voice steady. "But I'm really not in the mood for company tonight." Victor didn't flinch. Instead, he leaned in slightly, his voice dropping to a whisper. "I understand, but don't you ever wonder what would happen if you just let go? If you stopped running from the silence? It's not so bad, you know." The words lingered in the air, and Thomas felt a shiver crawl down his spine. There was something unsettling about the way Victor spoke, as if he were offering more than just a simple invitation. It was as though he knew exactly what Thomas needed, what he had been craving without even realizing it. Before Thomas could respond, Victor straightened up, his eyes locking onto his. "I'll leave you to it. But remember, I'm right next door if you change your mind." With that, he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing down the hallway. Thomas stood frozen in the doorway, watching him disappear into the shadows. He didn't know why, but he felt a sudden urge to follow, to knock on Victor's door and see what would happen. But something held him back. Something told him that it was better to leave things as they were. Still, as the night wore on, the feeling of unease only grew stronger. Thomas couldn't shake the thought that there was more to Victor than met the eye. And the longer he stayed in his apartment, the more he couldn't ignore the creeping sense that something was terribly wrong. The rest of the evening passed slowly. Thomas tried to watch TV, tried to distract himself, but his mind kept wandering back to Victor. What did he mean when he said he understood the loneliness? How did he know what Thomas felt? The more he thought about it, the more questions piled up, each one darker than the last. Around midnight, when the apartment was still and quiet, Thomas heard something faint, a sound coming from the wall. At first, he thought it was just the usual creaks of the old building settling, but then he heard it again. It was soft, almost like a whisper, followed by a tapping sound. His heart skipped a beat. He stood frozen, straining to listen, but all he could hear was his own breathing. The sound came again, this time louder. A soft knock, followed by more whispers, as though someone was speaking just beyond the wall. Thomas's blood ran cold. His first instinct was to call out, to yell and see if anyone was there, but something held him back. He didn't know why, but he suddenly feared what might happen if he did. It wasn't just the noise that unsettled him, it was the timing. The knocking, the whispers, they were too coincidental, too close to when Victor had left. Could it be him? Could he have come back somehow, trying to get his attention? Thomas walked cautiously to the wall, pressing his ear against it. Nothing. The sound had stopped. But now, an uncomfortable silence filled the room, a silence that felt heavier than usual. Thomas tried to shake off the feeling, telling himself it was nothing. Just the building settling, just his imagination running wild. But as he walked away from the wall, he thought he heard something else, something faint, coming from the other side of the room. He turned quickly, his eyes scanning the dark corners of the apartment. Nothing, just shadows. Shaking his head, Thomas tried to focus. He had to get some sleep. He was overthinking things. Maybe he would go to bed early tonight and put this all behind him. He needed rest, especially if he was going to get through another long day of work tomorrow. But just as he climbed into bed and pulled the covers over himself, he heard it again. A soft knock at the door. Thomas's eyes snapped open. He held his breath, listening carefully. The knocking was unmistakable this time. It was real. Someone was at the door. His first thought was that it was Victor again. But how? He couldn't have heard him knock from across the hallway. Could he? The knocks continued, more insistent this time, as though someone was trying to get in. Thomas's pulse quickened. He felt his skin grow cold. He didn't want to answer, but he couldn't ignore it. His mind raced with thoughts of who it could be. Was it Victor? Was it someone else? Or was it just a figment of his imagination, driven by the unsettling encounter earlier? He wasn't sure, but he knew one thing. He couldn't just lie there, frozen in fear. He had to find out. Slowly, Thomas got out of bed and walked toward the door, his heart pounding in his chest. With every step, the knocking grew louder, more frantic. It was as though whoever was on the other side was growing impatient, desperate. He reached the door, his hand trembling as he reached for the handle. For a moment, he stood there, unsure of what to do. Then, with a deep breath, he pulled the door open. And there was no one there. The hallway was empty. No one stood at the door, no footsteps echoed down the corridor. Just the same empty space as before. The knocking had stopped. Thomas blinked in confusion. He was certain he had heard it. He could still feel the weight of it in his bones, the rhythm of the knocks, each one louder than the last. But now there was nothing, just the soft hum of the building's lights flickering overhead. He stepped back, feeling an overwhelming sense of unease wash over him. Was it some kind of prank? But who would do such a thing and why? Or was it something else? Something darker? As he closed the door and locked it again, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The silence in the apartment was deafening now, but it wasn't the comforting silence he had grown accustomed to. It felt wrong, almost suffocating. Thomas stood in the center of the room, unsure of what to do next. Should he call someone? But who could he call? Emily? No, she would just tell him to move out, to stop being so paranoid. And he didn't want to admit to her, or to himself, that he was starting to lose control. He glanced at the clock. It was well past midnight now. He should try to get some sleep, but every part of him was too on edge to relax. The house felt too quiet, too still, as if it were waiting for something, or someone. He sat back down on the couch, staring at the wall, his mind racing. Then a thought crossed his mind, Victor. What if Victor was behind all of this? What if the strange noises, the knocks, were somehow connected to him? Thomas hadn't seen him leave, hadn't seen him go anywhere. Maybe he was still out there, watching him, waiting for the right moment to come back. The thought sent a cold shiver down his spine. He tried to dismiss it, but it wouldn't go away. Victor had seemed so friendly, so harmless, but there was something about him that didn't sit right. The way he'd known about Thomas's loneliness, how easily he had offered to keep him company. What did he want? As the night wore on, Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. That Victor was still out there, just beyond his reach, waiting for him to let his guard down. And somewhere, deep inside, Thomas knew that he wasn't alone in the apartment. Not anymore. The hours passed in a haze of unease. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside, seemed amplified in the heavy silence that filled the apartment. Thomas sat on the couch, staring blankly at the darkened television screen. He couldn't focus on anything. His mind kept circling back to the strange encounter with Victor and the unsettling knocking that had followed. It was impossible to shake the feeling that something wasn't right. He kept telling himself it was all in his head, that he was overreacting. But no matter how hard he tried to ignore it, the tension in the apartment remained. Around 3 a.m., just as Thomas was starting to drift into a restless sleep, the doorbell rang. He shot up from the couch, his heart pounding in his chest. Who could it be at this hour? His first thought was Victor, but how had he even known Thomas was awake? He hadn't mentioned being up late, and he certainly hadn't invited him back over. The doorbell rang again, more urgent this time. Thomas stood frozen for a moment, his pulse racing. He didn't want to answer, but the curiosity gnawed at him. Who was it? What did they want? He walked toward the door, each step feeling heavier than the last. As he reached for the doorknob, he hesitated. His hand trembled, his breath shallow. But then, with a deep breath, he twisted the knob and swung the door open. Victor stood in the doorway, his pale face illuminated by the dim light from the hallway. This time, his expression was different, more intense, almost pleading. "Thomas," Victor said softly, his voice calm but edged with something darker. "I need to talk to you. It's important." Thomas stared at him, momentarily speechless. The man's eyes were wide, unblinking, and his usual calm demeanor seemed to have slipped. He looked almost desperate. I don't understand," Thomas said, his voice shaky. "What do you want?" Victor stepped forward, his gaze never leaving Thomas's. "It's not safe for you here," he said urgently. "You need to come with me. Now." Thomas felt a chill run down his spine. "What do you mean, not safe? What's going on?" Victor's expression darkened. "There are things you don't understand. I've been trying to keep you safe, trying to warn you. But now it's too late. It's already started." Thomas took a step back, his mind racing. This was getting too strange, too fast. Victor's eyes were wild, his body tense. It was like he was a completely different person from the calm, collected neighbor who had visited earlier. "I don't know what you're talking about," Thomas stammered, trying to process the flood of information. "What's happening?" Victor's voice dropped to a whisper. "The knocking, the whispers, they're not just noises, Thomas. They're warnings. The thing next door, it's not what you think it is." Thomas felt his stomach twist. His thoughts flashed to the earlier strange sounds, the feeling that something was wrong with the apartment. His mind reeled. Could this be true? Was Victor really trying to help him? Or was this just some twisted game? "You're not making any sense," Thomas replied, his voice barely a whisper. Victor stepped closer, his eyes locked on Thomas's with an intensity that felt almost suffocating. "Listen to me, Thomas. It's not just the apartment. It's me too. I've been trying to protect you from it. But now it's too close. You need to leave. It's the only way you'll be safe." A cold sweat broke out on Thomas's forehead. "Leave? Leave where?" Victor hesitated, his gaze flickering with uncertainty for a moment. "I don't know. Somewhere far away. Somewhere safe." Thomas could hardly process the words. It was like he was standing on the edge of a nightmare, with no clear path forward. "Please," Victor said, his voice now pleading. "You have to trust me. You don't have much time." Thomas stood frozen, the weight of the situation bearing down on him. He wanted to run, to slam the door and forget this whole conversation. But something about Victor's plea held him in place. "What is it that's after me?" Thomas asked, his voice shaking. "What's really happening?" Victor's face twisted into a look of pain. "You don't understand yet, but you will. It's inside you, Thomas. It has been waiting, and now it's awake. You can't escape it. Not anymore." A deep, unsettling silence hung in the air. Thomas felt the floor shift beneath him, as if the very foundation of his apartment was starting to crumble. The air grew heavier, thicker, pressing against his chest. Victor stepped back, his eyes full of something dark and ancient. "You don't have much time. You have to decide." The words lingered in the air like a warning. Thomas's mind raced. His instincts screamed at him to get out, to leave this place, but something in the depths of his mind made him hesitate. Victor's presence was no longer just a friendly neighbor. It was something more, something that Thomas could barely comprehend. "You'll see it soon," Victor murmured, his voice barely a whisper. "You'll understand. You'll know the truth." Before Thomas could respond, Victor turned and walked away, disappearing down the darkened hallway. Thomas stood there, his hands still gripping the doorframe. His mind was spinning, unable to make sense of what had just happened. The night had grown even darker, and the silence in the apartment was deafening. Something was coming, something terrible, and Thomas knew deep down that he had just made a choice that would change everything. Thomas stood there for a long moment, staring at the spot where Victor had just disappeared into the darkness. His heart was pounding in his chest, his breath shallow and quick. The air in the hallway felt thick, like it was pressing down on him, suffocating him. Every instinct in his body screamed for him to slam the door and lock it, to go back to his couch, close his eyes, and pretend like nothing had happened. But he couldn't. He couldn't ignore the feeling gnawing at the back of his mind, the growing certainty that something terrible was unfolding, something that was beyond his understanding. Victor's words echoed in his ears, and no matter how hard he tried to silence them, they wouldn't go away. "It's inside you, Thomas. It's waiting, and now it's awake." His hand trembled as he slowly closed the door, the sound of the latch clicking into place sending a strange shiver down his spine. He backed away from the door, his eyes scanning the dark apartment, as though expecting something to suddenly materialize from the shadows. He tried to focus, tried to rationalize everything, but the more he thought about it, the more the pieces seemed to slip out of his grasp. The knocking, the whispers, the feeling of being watched. Victor's strange behavior, his cryptic warnings. It all felt like it was building towards something something inevitable, something terrifying. He couldn't stay here. His gut told him that much. But where could he go? And what about the apartment? What about the thing that Victor had mentioned? If that was inside him, could he really leave everything behind? Thomas needed answers. He needed to know the truth. The more he thought about it, the more he realized he couldn't shake the feeling that Victor had been trying to protect him. But protect him from what? From whom? And why was he so sure that the thing Victor was talking about was inside him? Was it just some wild story, or was there something more to it? His mind raced as he paced back and forth in the apartment. He grabbed his phone, his fingers shaking as he opened the contacts. But as he scrolled through his list of contacts, he felt a strange sensation creep over him. A kind of pressure, as though his mind was clouding. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to steady himself, but when he opened them again, something was wrong. The room looked different. The shadows were deeper, more oppressive. The air felt heavier, colder. Thomas blinked, his heart racing. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but nothing had changed. The apartment was still the same walls, the same furniture. Yet, the atmosphere felt completely different. The stillness, which had once been comforting, now felt suffocating. It's inside you. The words hit him again, and for the first time, he wasn't sure if they were just in his mind or if someone had whispered them aloud. He turned quickly, scanning the room once more. But he was alone. He felt dizzy suddenly, his head spinning. The room seemed to tilt for a moment, and he had to grab onto the couch to steady himself. He felt like he was losing control, like he was slipping into something he couldn't escape. His phone buzzed in his hand, breaking the silence. He glanced down at the screen, his heart skipping a beat. It was a message from Victor. "You need to hurry. It's already started." Thomas stared at the message, feeling a cold sweat break out on his forehead. His heart raced faster, the words sinking into his chest like a weight he couldn't escape. The message didn't make any sense. What was happening? What had started? His hands shaking, Thomas stood up and walked to the door. He had to find answers. He couldn't stay here anymore. There was too much he didn't understand, too much that was wrong. The apartment, the shadows, the whispers, it was all becoming too much. As he opened the door, he half expected to see Victor standing there again, waiting for him, ready to explain everything. But the hallway was empty, just the same as before. The lights flickered overhead, casting strange, flickering shadows that made his skin crawl. He stepped into the hallway, his footsteps echoing loudly in the silence. Every instinct told him to turn back, to retreat into his apartment and lock the door, but something pushed him forward. He had to know. He had to find out the truth. As he walked toward Victor's apartment, he felt the weight of the world pressing down on him. The air felt thick, oppressive, like it was suffocating him. With each step, the feeling of dread grew stronger, like something was watching him, something was waiting. When he reached the door to Victor's apartment, his heart was pounding so hard in his chest he thought it might burst. He raised his hand to knock, but before his knuckles touched the wood, the door creaked open, as though it had been waiting for him. Thomas hesitated, his pulse quickening. Something felt off. This wasn't how it was supposed to go, but he couldn't stop now. He stepped forward and pushed the door open, the hinges creaking as it swung wide. The apartment was dark, the curtains drawn tightly against the outside world. But what caught his attention wasn't the darkness. It was the figure standing in the middle of the room. Victor was standing there, but he was different. His face was pale, his eyes wide and unblinking. His skin had a strange, almost unnatural sheen to it, and his mouth was twisted into an unsettling smile. "You came," Victor said, his voice low and almost raspy. "I knew you would. You're just like me, Thomas. You've always been like me." Thomas's breath caught in his throat. He didn't know what to say, didn't know how to react. The man in front of him wasn't the Victor he had met just days ago. This person, this thing, felt completely wrong. Victor stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. You don't understand yet, but you will. It's already begun. Victor took another step toward Thomas, his eyes never leaving his. His expression, though eerily calm, was unsettling. It was as though he was both familiar and foreign at the same time, as though the man standing before Thomas had never truly been the same person he had come to know. "You felt it, haven't you?" Victor's voice was barely a whisper, but it carried an unnerving certainty. The heaviness, the whispers, the things moving just beyond your reach. Thomas felt the words sink deep into his bones. It was like Victor had just pulled every fear he had, every thought that had crossed his mind, and made them real. He had felt it, the weight of the air, the soft sounds in the night, the growing sense of unease that had followed him ever since he met Victor. But hearing Victor say it out loud, hearing him acknowledge it, made it all seem so much more real. What was happening to him? "I don't understand," Thomas said, his voice trembling. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Victor's lips curved into a thin, almost sad smile. "I want to protect you, Thomas. I've always wanted to protect you." The words sent a chill down Thomas's spine. There was something about them, something about the way they were spoken, that made him feel like he was standing at the edge of a cliff, staring down into a black abyss. "From what?" Thomas asked, his voice barely audible, his legs shaking beneath him. "What's happening?" Victor tilted his head, almost like he was studying Thomas. "It's not what's happening. It's what's already been happening. You've been a part of this since the moment you stepped into this apartment. You just didn't realize it yet." The room seemed to grow colder, the shadows in the corners of the room lengthening, stretching. Thomas's breath caught in his throat, his heart racing faster with each passing second. It felt like the walls were closing in on him. Victor reached out, his hand brushing against Thomas's arm. The touch was cold, too cold. His skin felt almost like glass, smooth and unyielding. "You see, Thomas," Victor said softly, his voice tinged with an almost eerie calmness, "this apartment is not what it seems. It's a gateway, and you've crossed into something much darker than you realize. I've been trying to keep you safe from it, trying to shield you from the things that are coming. But now there's no escaping it. It's already inside you." The words hit Thomas like a physical blow. His breath became shallow, his chest tightening. The world around him seemed to spin. What was Victor talking about? A gateway? Something inside him? "No," Thomas whispered, shaking his head, stepping back. "This is insane. This doesn't make sense." But deep down, a part of him knew, he could feel it. There was something wrong. The apartment, the whispers, the knocking, it wasn't just in his head. It was real. And whatever was happening, whatever Victor had been trying to warn him about, was already too far along to stop. Victor's face darkened. "You can't deny it, Thomas. It's already begun. The whispers are calling you. You're hearing them, aren't you?" Thomas froze. His mind reeled. The whispers. He had thought they were just in his head, but now he wasn't so sure. The soft murmur, the words that seemed to come from nowhere, wrapping around him like a shadow. Had he been hearing them all along and never realized it? "They want you, Thomas," Victor continued, his voice low, almost hypnotic. "They've been waiting for you, waiting for someone who could hear them, who could understand them." Thomas swallowed hard, his mouth dry. "Who? What are you talking about? What do they want?" "They want you to join them," Victor whispered, his voice now carrying a strange reverberation, as though it wasn't just his words that were being spoken, but something else, something ancient and far older. "They want you to become a part of what they are, to become like me." The words hit Thomas like a punch to the stomach. His legs nearly gave way beneath him, but he caught himself on the doorframe. His vision blurred as he tried to process what Victor was saying. Become like him. He wanted to run. He wanted to scream, to escape, but his body wouldn't move. It felt like the air had thickened around him, like the walls themselves were closing in. Every instinct told him to leave, to get out of the apartment and never look back. But where could he go? Was there anywhere left that was safe? Victor took another step closer, his eyes now glowing faintly, as though they reflected something more than just the dim light of the apartment. Something inhuman. "You can't escape it," Victor whispered. "It's already inside you, Thomas. The darkness, the whispers, they know you now, and they'll never let you go." Thomas stumbled back, his heart hammering in his chest. He couldn't breathe. His head felt like it was splitting in two. The room seemed to pulse, as if the very walls were alive, watching him, closing in on him. His skin tingled with the sensation of something unseen, something that shouldn't be there. Victor's expression softened for a brief moment, as though a flicker of sympathy passed through him. "But you can still make the choice. You don't have to be alone in this. I can help you. We can do it together." The words echoed in Thomas's mind, swirling like a storm. Part of him wanted to believe Victor, to trust him, to follow him into whatever dark world he was talking about. But another part, an even stronger part, screamed for him to run. Thomas took another step back, his body trembling. "I don't want this," he said, his voice breaking. "I don't want any of this." Victor's smile faded, his eyes hardening again. "Then it will be much harder for you," he murmured. "But you've already crossed the line, Thomas. It's too late for you to go back." With that, the room seemed to darken even further. The shadows grew longer, deeper. The whispers returned, louder this time, filling the space like a chorus of voices just out of reach. Thomas couldn't take it anymore. He turned and ran, his feet pounding against the floor, his heart a frantic drumbeat in his chest. Thomas's legs burned as he ran through the hallway, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Every step felt like it was dragging him deeper into the nightmare that was unfolding around him. He barely registered the sounds of his own footfalls, the thumping in his chest louder than anything else, echoing in his ears. The apartment complex stretched out before him like an endless maze of darkened corridors, each one filled with an oppressive, suffocating silence that was broken only by the distant murmurs of the whispering voices. The whispers were growing louder, swirling around him like a storm. They weren't just in his mind anymore. They were real, tangible. He could feel them, scratching at the back of his thoughts, trying to claw their way in. He could almost make out words now, but they were too distorted, too alien to understand. "It's inside you." The words rang in his mind like a warning, over and over, drowning out everything else. His pulse raced, and for a moment, he thought he might pass out from the sheer terror flooding his body. His vision blurred, the edges of the hallway melting into shadows. He had to get out. He had to get away from Victor and whatever dark force had taken root in this place. But the further he ran, the more it felt like the walls themselves were shifting, closing in on him. The hallway stretched out in impossible directions, turning into a never-ending loop. Every corner looked the same. Every door was locked. Was he trapped? His heart hammered as he reached for the nearest door, pulling on the handle with desperate strength. It gave way with a soft creak, and he stumbled into a room that looked all too familiar. The same dark walls, the same cold floor. It was his apartment. Thomas froze in disbelief, staring at the familiar surroundings. This couldn't be right. He had just left his apartment. How was he back here? The whispers grew louder. They weren't just in his head anymore. They were in the room with him, surrounding him. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in and out with a rhythm that didn't belong. He turned around, his stomach dropping. The door had already closed behind him. There was no way out. No way to escape. A low, menacing laugh echoed from somewhere behind him, and he whipped around, his breath catching in his throat. Victor was standing in the doorway, his face twisted into that same unsettling smile. But this time, his eyes gleamed with something darker, something more sinister. "You can't run from it, Thomas," Victor said, his voice calm and almost pitying. "It's already part of you. You've accepted it. You've always accepted it." Thomas stumbled back, his heart racing in his chest. "No, I don't understand. What are you talking about?" His voice cracked, fear choking his words. Victor's eyes narrowed, his smile fading slightly. You do understand. You've always known deep down. You felt it the moment you stepped into this apartment. The pull, the connection, the whispers. It was never a choice, Thomas. It was always meant to be. Thomas's mind spun. The words made no sense, and yet they felt like they were unlocking something inside him. He didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to accept it. But the longer he stood there, facing Victor, the more it felt like the room itself was closing in around him, squeezing the air from his lungs. Victor took a step forward, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. It's not just the apartment, Thomas. It's you. You're connected to it now. You can't escape it. You can't escape me. No, Thomas shouted, the word barely escaping his throat as he turned and ran again. His feet pounded against the floor, his body screaming in protest, but he couldn't stop. His mind screamed for him to get out, to break free from whatever hold this place had on him. But no matter how fast he ran, it felt like the walls kept shifting, pushing him back toward Victor. The apartment was warping around him, the hallway twisting like a funhouse mirror, pulling him further into its maze. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, more insistent. They were right there with him, in his ears, in his head, suffocating him. Come closer. You're one of us now. The voices were mocking him, taunting him, making his skin crawl with their cold presence. He tried to shut them out, but it was impossible. They were inside his mind, crawling under his skin, digging into his very thoughts. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. His vision blurred, his legs weakening beneath him. His body screamed in protest, but it was too late. He felt it, deep in his bones. Something was happening to him. Something was inside him. He stumbled, his knees buckling beneath him, and he collapsed onto the floor. His hands scrambled to push himself back up, but his body wouldn't respond. It was as though the very air around him was turning to lead, dragging him down, pulling him into the darkness. Victor's voice was low, soothing, like a lullaby. It's okay, Thomas. You've already chosen. You're part of it now. You've always been. The last thing Thomas heard before everything went dark was the sound of his own heartbeat, slow and steady, as if it was syncing with the whispers. It wasn't his heart anymore. It wasn't his body. And as he finally lost consciousness, he understood. The whispers had been calling him for longer than he had realized. They had always been inside him. Thomas awoke with a jolt, his body stiff and aching as if it had been twisted and pulled in every direction. His head throbbed painfully, and the dim light filtering through the cracks in the curtains did little to ease the pressure building inside his skull. He blinked, trying to focus, but the room around him seemed to shift in and out of focus, as though reality itself was distorting. He tried to move, but his limbs felt heavy, uncoordinated. His chest tightened, panic rising within him as he realized he was lying on the floor of his apartment, but it didn't feel the same. The air was thick with something foul, like the scent of mildew and rot. The walls around him seemed to close in, their edges growing fuzzy and indistinct, the very fabric of the room feeling as though it was disintegrating around him. The whispers had returned. Low and constant, they filled his head like an invasive hum, impossible to ignore. They were louder now, the voices overlapping and growing more urgent, each one pulling him in a different direction. His breath hitched in his throat as he strained to understand the words, but they were garbled, twisted, just beyond his reach. It felt as though the voices were speaking in a language he should know but couldn't quite comprehend. It's too late now, Thomas. You're already ours. The words weren't just in his head this time. They were in the air, in the very room with him, a tangible presence pressing against him, suffocating him. He felt their weight bearing down on him, and his skin crawled as though something was crawling just beneath the surface. His pulse raced, the blood in his veins feeling thick, sluggish, as though it was fighting against him, trying to stop him from moving. He dragged his hand across the floor, forcing himself to sit up, his breath coming in short, panicked gasps. His eyes darted around the room, looking for anything familiar, anything that could reassure him. But nothing looked right. His apartment had changed. No, it was as though it had never been his in the first place. The walls were cracked, the ceiling stained with dark spots, as though something had been bleeding through them. Thomas recoiled as a low sound, almost like a growl, reverberated from the walls. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move, shifting and writhing like living things. He stumbled to his feet, his legs weak, as he tried to make sense of what was happening. He reached for his phone, his fingers trembling, but when he saw the screen, his heart dropped into his stomach. The time was blinking in a strange, uneven rhythm. It wasn't just the time that was wrong. His entire contacts list had been replaced. The names were unfamiliar, foreign, written in a script he couldn't understand. A sudden sharp pain shot through his skull, and Thomas staggered back, clutching his head as though he could hold the pain in. His vision blurred again, and when he opened his eyes, the room seemed to shift once more. It was no longer his apartment. It was somewhere else. Somewhere dark and cold, filled with an endless hallway of doors, each one leading deeper into a maze of nightmares. He heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, echoing down the hallway. His body froze, his heart thundering in his chest. The footsteps drew closer, and he could feel the weight of someone or something approaching. His body was paralyzed, unable to move, trapped in the grip of whatever this was. The door to his apartment creaked open, and Thomas's breath caught in his throat. He knew who it was before he even saw him. Victor. But it wasn't Victor anymore. The man who entered the room was wrong. His body was rigid, his movements stiff, like a puppet on strings. His face was a mask of calm, his eyes hollow and dark, empty sockets that seemed to stare right through Thomas. The smile on his face was wide, but it didn't reach his eyes. It was an unsettling, inhuman grin, twisted with something that wasn't human. Victor, or whatever had taken his place, stepped into the room, his presence filling the space like a dark cloud. The whispers grew louder, more frantic now, swirling around Thomas's mind as he tried to push himself back, away from the thing in front of him. "You've always been part of this," the creature, Victor, said in a voice that was both his and not his. It was distorted, echoing as if it came from deep within the walls themselves. The words wrapped around Thomas like chains, dragging him back toward whatever this thing had become. "You don't understand," Thomas gasped, his voice shaking. "This isn't me. I didn't choose this. I didn't ask for this." Victor's face remained blank, his eyes lifeless. "You didn't have to choose. It was always meant to be." His voice was chillingly calm, but there was something in the way he spoke, something wrong that made Thomas's stomach churn. The whispers were overwhelming now, filling every part of his mind, suffocating him with their constant murmur. He could hear them all around him, no longer just in his head. The walls seemed to pulse with the sound of them, and the floor beneath him felt as though it was breathing, shifting with the rhythm of the whispers. "It's inside you, Thomas." Victor's words cut through the haze of panic, sinking deep into his thoughts like a blade. "It's always been inside you. You've always known. You can feel it now, can't you? It's awake." Thomas felt the truth of those words settle in his chest like lead. He had felt it. Something had been stirring within him since the moment he had walked into this apartment, like a seed planted in the darkest corner of his soul. And now it was growing. His mind screamed, but there was no escape. The whispers had taken root, and they were inside him now. The creature that had once been Victor took another step forward, its eyes fixed on Thomas, its hollow gaze piercing through him. "There is no escaping it. Not now. Not ever. You are one of us, Thomas. We are all one." Thomas felt the darkness press in around him, like the very air was alive with it, suffocating him, pulling him under. The room spun wildly, the walls warping and distorting until all he could see were shadows, endless shadows closing in on him from every direction. And then, with a final, suffocating breath, the room went black. Thomas's consciousness was a blur, an endless swirl of darkness and whispers. His body felt weightless, as though he was floating, drifting through a space that didn't belong to any world he had ever known. The whispers surrounded him, their voices merging into a single, almost melodic hum, vibrating through every inch of his body, every thought. It was a constant, relentless presence. At first, he couldn't remember where he was, who he was. But slowly, the fog began to clear. He realized he was lying on the floor again, but it was no longer the apartment he had once known. It felt wrong. Everything about it felt wrong. The air was thick, heavy with something that made his skin crawl. The walls were dark, stained with creeping shadows that seemed to move, as though they were alive. The ceiling stretched far above him, disappearing into a haze of blackness. He tried to sit up, but his body felt strange, unfamiliar. His limbs were stiff, his movements sluggish. His mind felt detached from his body, as if he wasn't fully in control anymore. What is happening to me? He pushed himself upright, forcing his eyes to focus. His surroundings were foreign, but they had a faint familiarity to them. He was in some kind of large, empty room. The space was filled with shadows, thick and oppressive, stretching from every corner, reaching for him. He could hear them again, the whispers. They were everywhere now, filling the room, wrapping around him like a thick, suffocating fog. The voices were clearer this time, though still indistinct, garbled. He could feel them, pressing against his mind, pulling him in different directions. "Come closer. You belong with us." Thomas recoiled, shaking his head violently. His chest tightened, his breath coming in short, erratic gasps. His heart was hammering, but the sound of his pulse was drowned out by the overwhelming chorus of whispers. His hands trembled as he clutched his head, trying to block it all out. It wasn't real. He was losing his mind, that was all. He had to be. There was no way this was happening. This couldn't be real. But deep down, a dark, sinking feeling told him that it was. Suddenly, a cold breeze swept through the room, carrying with it an eerie, almost unnatural stillness. The whispers faded for a brief moment, and in the silence, Thomas heard a sound that sent chills down his spine. It was a faint scraping noise, like something moving just beneath the floor, something clawing its way toward him. He turned, his heart leaping into his throat. The air around him felt thick with anticipation, as though something was about to happen, something terrifying. The shadows in the room began to twitch, shifting as if something was stirring within them, waiting. And then, a figure stepped out from the darkness. Victor. But this time, he was different. Thomas's breath caught in his throat as he saw Victor emerge from the shadows. His once calm and eerie demeanor was gone. His face was twisted, his eyes wide and gleaming with an unnatural light. His skin was pale, unnaturally so, and his mouth was stretched into a grotesque smile, far too wide, as though it had been forced. Victor's figure loomed over Thomas, his presence filling the room, suffocating him. The air seemed to vibrate with his every movement, every step he took. His form was distorted, flickering in and out of focus like an illusion, something not quite real, but all too present. "You've awakened, Thomas." Victor's voice was a low, guttural rasp. It echoed in the room, reverberating through Thomas's skull. "You felt it, haven't you? The pull, the darkness. It's inside you now." Thomas's throat went dry. His mind screamed at him to run, to escape, but his body refused to obey. He couldn't move. He was frozen in place, unable to break free from the overwhelming presence of the figure before him. Victor tilted his head, his smile widening, showing teeth that were too sharp, too white. "You've been chosen. It was always meant to be. This apartment, this place, it was never just a home for you. It was a trap, a gateway." The words sank in, twisting like a knife in Thomas's gut. He wanted to deny it, to scream that it couldn't be true, but a part of him, deep inside, knew that it was. He had always known there was something wrong, something off about this place, but he had never understood it until now. "You've always belonged to it," Victor continued, his voice cold and mocking. From the moment you walked in, you were part of something greater, something that's been waiting. And now, you're ready to join it. Thomas tried to speak, but his mouth was dry, his tongue thick. He could barely make a sound. His mind was spinning, his body trembling with fear. The shadows were closing in around him, crawling up the walls, stretching toward him like dark fingers. "No," Thomas whispered, barely able to form the words. "I don't want this. I didn't choose this." Victor's eyes gleamed, his expression darkening. "You didn't have a choice, Thomas. You never did. It's been inside you all along, waiting. And now you're here. You're one of us." The room seemed to collapse in on itself, the shadows thickening, pressing against him from all sides. The whispers grew louder, their voices no longer distant, but right next to him, inside him, inescapable. "Join us, Thomas. Be one of us." He couldn't take it anymore. His vision swam, the room spinning, and before he could even comprehend what was happening, the darkness swallowed him whole. When Thomas awoke again, it was as though the very concept of time had been erased. He couldn't tell how long he had been unconscious. His body felt heavy, his limbs stiff, like he had been lying motionless for days. His throat ached, his skin clammy, and his head throbbed in an unrelenting pulse. But as he forced his eyes open, something felt different. The room was no longer the distorted, shadow-filled place it had been. It was quiet, too quiet. The air was thick with a kind of stillness that made his skin prickle. He was lying on a bed now, though he didn't remember climbing into it. His fingers brushed against the fabric of the sheets beneath him, but they felt wrong, cold and unnaturally smooth. His mind was still clouded, but something in his gut told him that he wasn't in his apartment anymore. He slowly sat up, the motion slow and stiff, as if his muscles were no longer entirely his own. His heart pounded as he surveyed his surroundings, his eyes darting to the corners of the room, looking for any sign of life. But there was nothing, just the same eerie silence. The walls were plain, white, almost sterile in their simplicity. No windows, no doors. He was trapped, but something in the back of his mind told him that this wasn't just any room. It was different. There was a sense of permanence to it, a sense that this was where he belonged now. He didn't know how he knew, but he did. It wasn't a comforting thought. The whispers were back, though faint now, barely audible. They were no longer just in his head. They were around him, in the very walls, in the air he breathed. He could feel them, scraping against his thoughts, tugging at his mind. He didn't want to listen, but he couldn't help it. It was like a song he couldn't shake, a melody that played on a loop in his skull. "It's time to join us." The words echoed in his mind, not with the force of an order, but with the subtlety of a command he couldn't refuse. His hands shook as he placed them on the edge of the bed, forcing himself to stand. His body felt unsteady, as though the ground beneath him might disappear at any moment. But he stood anyway, his heart racing. Victor! The thought hit him like a bolt of lightning. Where was he? Was Victor still here? Was Victor the one who had brought him here? The more he thought about it, the more his memory blurred, slipping like water through his fingers. The last thing he remembered clearly was Victor's face, twisted, distorted, and those terrible, cold words that had echoed through the room. "You've always belonged to it." He couldn't shake that thought. He had never asked for any of this. He didn't want to be part of whatever this was, but no matter how hard he tried to fight it, something deep within him kept telling him he had no choice. The door opened suddenly, the soft creak of the hinges breaking the silence. Thomas froze, every muscle in his body going rigid. A figure stood in the doorway, tall and imposing. At first, it looked like Victor, but as Thomas's eyes adjusted to the dim light, he realized something was wrong. The figure was still unmistakably Victor, but his skin was paler, his eyes darker, more hollow. His smile was wider, more grotesque, and his hands, though steady, twitched ever so slightly, as if they were too eager to reach out. "You're awake," Victor said, his voice low and strangely melodic, as though he were speaking to someone who had finally returned after a long absence. "It's time, Thomas. You've been waiting for this moment." Thomas recoiled, taking a step back, but his feet felt heavy, like they were bound to the floor. The whispers began again, louder now, almost as though they were coming from Victor, as though he were the source. The air was thick with their presence, suffocating him, choking him. "No," Thomas gasped, his voice barely more than a whisper. "I don't understand. What do you want from me?" Victor's face softened, and for a moment, it almost looked like the man Thomas had first met. Almost human. "What I want, Thomas," Victor said gently, "is for you to understand that this has always been your fate. You're not the first, and you won't be the last." Thomas swallowed hard. "The first for what?" Victor stepped closer, his form shifting slightly in the dim light, making him seem almost ghostly. He was too close. Thomas could feel the weight of his gaze, like a physical pressure on his chest. "To join us," Victor whispered, his voice thick with something dark, something ancient. "To accept the truth that you've always known deep down. You've always been a part of this. You just had to remember." The words felt like they were crawling into his skin, settling into his bones. The whispers in the air grew louder, pressing in on his mind, making it hard to focus. Every part of him screamed for escape, for release, but there was nowhere to go. He was trapped, and worse, he felt as though he had always been trapped, even before this place, even before Victor. The walls seemed to breathe, pulsing with each word Victor spoke, each whisper that twisted through Thomas's mind. "Remember what, Victor?" Thomas asked, his voice barely audible. He didn't want to hear it. He didn't want to know. But the words were already slipping out of his mouth, like a child asking for the truth he wasn't ready to hear. Victor's smile widened, showing sharp, inhuman teeth. His eyes gleamed with something dark and knowing. "Remember that you belong to us, Thomas. You were always meant to be part of this. All of this. The whispers, the darkness, the change. It's in your blood." Thomas shook his head violently. "No, this isn't me. I'm not." Victor's hand shot out faster than Thomas could react, grabbing him by the wrist, his grip vice-like. "You are Thomas," he hissed. "You always have been." The whispers turned to a crescendo, and Thomas felt his body tremble with the weight of them, as if the very room were vibrating with their voices. His vision blurred, and the walls seemed to close in around him. The world tilted, and for a moment, he was sure he was going to fall. But instead of hitting the ground, Thomas felt himself being pulled into something else, something darker. His mind screamed for escape, but the pull was too strong. The room dissolved around him, and the whispers wrapped around him like tendrils, dragging him deeper into whatever had taken root inside him. Victor's laughter filled his ears, echoing endless. And then, everything went dark again. When Thomas awoke this time, he didn't know where he was, or even who he was. His mind was a haze of confusion, and it took him several moments to gather the strength to open his eyes. The world around him felt like a distant memory, distorted, as though he was viewing it through a foggy window. His body felt cold, every muscle aching as if he had been battered and bruised. For a moment, he didn't even recognize the place he was in. It was dark, the room barely lit by the flickering of a single bulb overhead. The walls were cracked, peeling in places, as if time had forgotten the space. The air was thick with a heavy smell, damp and musty, like the stale scent of decay. He sat up slowly, his head spinning, and as he looked around, the full weight of where he was hit him. It was a basement. The basement of his apartment building, perhaps, though it felt too far removed from anything he had ever known. The shadows clung to every corner, twisting and writhing like living things. The floor was covered in old, yellowed newspapers, and the faint sound of dripping water echoed from somewhere in the distance. But it was not the basement itself that made Thomas's blood run cold. It was the sensation that he had been here before, that he had always been here. The whispers were back again, louder now, their voices like a choir of hissing snakes, slithering through his skull. They were everywhere, inside his mind, inside the room, in every crack in the walls. He could barely make sense of them, but the feeling of being pulled towards something, the need to listen, to obey, was unmistakable. He closed his eyes, trying to block them out, but it didn't help. The whispers filled every inch of his being. "It's time, Thomas. Come closer. You belong here." The words were chilling. They were familiar. Too familiar. But why couldn't he remember? What had happened to him? His hands shook as he pushed himself to his feet, his legs unsteady beneath him, as though they no longer functioned the way they once had. Every movement felt sluggish, unnatural. The floor creaked beneath his weight as he stumbled forward, drawn by an unseen force, unable to resist. He moved toward the far corner of the room, where the shadows seemed to press in thicker, deeper. Someone was waiting for him there. He could see the figure now, standing still in the dark, just beyond the reach of the dim light. It was Victor, but again it was wrong. His face was twisted, more grotesque than before, his skin pallid, stretched taut across his skull like a mask. His eyes were wide, unblinking, black as pits. His mouth stretched into that terrible, unnaturally wide grin. "You're finally here." Victor's voice was a soft murmur, yet it felt as though it was thunder in Thomas's ears. The words crawled under his skin, making his heart race. "You've always been part of this. Welcome back, Thomas." Thomas wanted to scream, to run, but his body refused to obey. His legs moved forward of their own accord, taking him closer to Victor. The shadows around him seemed to shift, stretching out like hands trying to pull him into the darkness. "No," Thomas gasped, his voice breaking. "No, this can't be real." Victor stepped forward, his movements slow, deliberate, and with every step, Thomas felt the world grow colder. He felt his strength draining, as if the very air around him was stealing it away, leaving him weak and vulnerable. "You still don't understand," Victor said softly, as though speaking to a child. "You never did, but you will. You're already changing, Thomas. You can feel it, can't you?" Thomas could feel it. His body, his mind, they were no longer his own. The changes were crawling beneath his skin, pulling him into something he didn't recognize. Something dark, something ancient. "You're one of us now," Victor continued, his voice almost a lullaby, soothing and terrifying at the same time. "You've always been one of us. All it took was remembering." "No," Thomas whispered, his voice shaking. "I don't want this. Please." But the words were meaningless. The whispers had already swallowed them. The presence in the room, the presence in his mind, it was too strong. The darkness wrapped around him, pressing in from all sides, and he felt himself falling deeper into it, like being pulled into a pit with no end. Victor's face twisted into a grin. "It's too late, Thomas. You belong to us." The room was spinning again, the walls warping, the shadows reaching out for him. The whispers grew louder, until they were all he could hear, drowning out everything else. "You belong to us. You belong to the darkness." The last thing Thomas saw before the world dissolved into blackness was Victor's twisted face, his eyes wide, and that horrid, eternal smile stretching ever farther. Thomas didn't know how much time had passed. It felt as though he had been trapped in the endless void of darkness for eternity, his senses dulled, his thoughts a blur of incoherent fragments. He couldn't tell whether he was still alive, or if he had crossed over to something far worse. The pull of the darkness had overwhelmed him, dragging him down into its depths, where time no longer existed. When he opened his eyes, it was as if the world had been reborn around him. He was standing again, though he didn't know how he had gotten there. His legs were shaky, his body heavy with exhaustion, but somehow he was upright. He blinked rapidly, trying to clear the fog in his head. His surroundings were unfamiliar. He was no longer in the basement, nor was he in his apartment. This place was even darker, suffocating in its quiet. He found himself in a hallway, stretching out before him, lined with doors that seemed to disappear into the shadows. The air was thick with an oppressive stillness, But there was something else, an unnatural chill, like the cold of an open grave. As Thomas stepped forward, his footsteps echoed, louder than they should have been, reverberating through the narrow corridor. He hesitated, but then something made him keep moving. An overwhelming urge. A feeling that the path had been set for him long ago, that he had no choice but to follow. The whispers came again. They were softer now, more distant, but they still filled his mind, clawing at his thoughts, tugging at his soul. Come closer. He wanted to resist. He wanted to turn back, to run, to escape this nightmare. But with every step, it felt as though the walls of this strange place were closing in on him, guiding him forward. His hand reached for one of the doors, his fingers brushing against the cold wood. The moment he touched it, he felt a sharp sting, like electricity running through his body. He yanked his hand back in shock, but the door creaked open on its own, as if beckoning him in. Something was waiting inside. A room, a small, dimly lit space with no windows. In the center was a single chair, facing away from him, the back of it obscured by the shadows. The air in the room felt different, thick, heavy, as though the very walls were alive with something dark and ancient. And there, in the corner, a figure stood. Victor. But again, it wasn't the Victor he remembered, not the person who had first lured him into this twisted game. This figure was changed, distorted even more. His skin was stretched tight across his bones, almost translucent, as though he were something that should have never been alive to begin with. His eyes were black voids, and his mouth hung open in an eternal, silent scream. Thomas froze in place, terror flooding his body. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if they were coming from every corner of the room. They were suffocating him, crawling into his ears, burrowing deep into his brain. It's time to complete the transformation. Thomas shook his head violently, backing away from the door, but it was too late. He could feel the pull, the weight of Victor's presence. It was as if the very room was alive with Victor's dark energy. It was all around him, wrapping around him, pulling him deeper into the darkness. "You're almost there," Victor said, his voice distorted, twisted by something that didn't sound human. The words were cold, like the breath of death. "You fought it long enough, but you know it's true. You belong here, Thomas. You always have." "No," Thomas whispered, his voice barely audible, thick with fear. "I don't belong here. I never did." Victor's smile stretched wider, grotesque and unnatural, his mouth opening too far, revealing rows of jagged, broken teeth. He took a step forward, his eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. "You're lying to yourself," Victor said. "You've always belonged to the darkness. And now, you're ready to embrace it." Thomas felt something stir within him, something ancient, something familiar. It was as if Victor's words were unlocking a part of him he had buried deep inside, something that had always been a part of him. He could feel it now, the darkness wrapping around his chest, squeezing, suffocating. "No, no!" Thomas cried out, struggling to break free of the pull. But his body wouldn't obey. He was moving closer to Victor now, despite every part of him screaming to resist. His legs were heavy, as though they were no longer his own. The darkness pressed in on him, and the room seemed to grow colder, the shadows reaching out to claim him. Victor's laughter filled the space, deep and resonant, filling Thomas's ears with the sound of something ancient and twisted. "It's too late to fight, Thomas. You can't fight it anymore." Thomas's breath caught in his throat, his vision blurring as the darkness took hold of him, filling every inch of his mind, his body. It was inside him now. It had always been inside him. "You belong to us," Victor whispered, his voice right behind Thomas's ear. And with that final whisper, the darkness overtook him. Thomas awoke once more, but this time it was different. The darkness didn't feel like a cold, suffocating weight anymore. Instead, it felt like something that had always been there, lurking just beneath the surface of his skin. It was as if the shadows had become part of him, part of who he was. His mind felt clearer, sharper, yet the terror that had once gripped him seemed strangely distant now. His body no longer ached. There was no fear, no panic. Instead, there was only a strange, unsettling calm. He stood in the middle of the room, the same small, dimly lit space. But now it felt familiar, almost comforting, as though he had returned home after a long absence. The chair in the center of the room was no longer empty. Someone was sitting in it, their back turned to him. The silence in the room was deafening, but there was something about it that made him feel at ease. For a long moment, Thomas just stood there, taking in his surroundings. The room felt different, as though the walls had shifted, expanded. The shadows were deeper now, darker, more alive. The air itself seemed to hum with energy, a low, constant vibration that resonated deep inside his chest. He didn't know how long he had been standing there, but when the figure in the chair finally moved, it was as if he had been waiting for it all along. Slowly, the person in the chair turned around. It was Victor, but it wasn't just Victor. It was something more. His eyes, black as pits, gleamed with an almost unsettling clarity. His skin had become more translucent, stretched tight across his skull, but there was a certain vitality to him now. An energy that seemed to pulse beneath the surface. And that smile, wide, unsettling, impossibly wide, stretched even farther across his face. "Welcome back," Victor said, his voice smooth and cold, like the calm before a storm. His lips curled into a smile, but it wasn't the same smile as before. This one was different, hollow, yet knowing, as if he had been waiting for Thomas all this time. Thomas felt no shock, no fear when he looked at him. He felt acceptance. "Where am I?" Thomas asked, his voice steady, even though a part of him knew he already knew the answer. "You're home, Thomas," Victor replied, his voice like silk slipping through his ears. "You're where you've always belonged." He stood slowly, his movements fluid, like he was part of the shadows themselves. "You're part of us now. There's no going back." The words shouldn't have made sense, but somehow they did. The truth of it seeped into Thomas's bones, wrapping around his heart, tightening its grip with each word Victor spoke. "Part of us?" Thomas repeated, his voice distant, detached. He wasn't sure if he was asking a question or just acknowledging what was becoming painfully obvious. Victor nodded, his smile widening even further, if that was possible. "Yes, part of the collective. Part of the darkness. We were always meant for you. And you were always meant for us." Thomas's heart beat in his chest, but it no longer felt like his own heartbeat. It was different. It was faster, heavier, like something far more ancient had taken root inside of him. He could feel the darkness, could feel it in him, wrapping itself around his soul. He couldn't deny it anymore. His body felt alive in a way it never had before. His senses were sharper. The air felt alive, humming with an energy he had never known, never understood until now. The shadows around him stretched and writhed, alive in their own right, like extensions of himself. It was as if he had become one with the very thing that had tormented him. But there was no more fear, no more resistance. It was as though he had always been meant to become this. Thomas struggled to find the words. "I don't know what I am anymore." Victor's laugh was soft, low, and filled with a sense of dark amusement. "You are exactly what you were always meant to be. Don't fight it, Thomas. You're free now. Free from the fear. Free from the pain. This is who you are." For the first time since his transformation began, Thomas looked at Victor not with terror or confusion, but with something else, something he couldn't quite name. Understanding. He didn't have to ask what had happened to him. The answer was clear in the air around him. The whispers, the darkness, the sensation of being pulled. It had all been leading him to this moment. To Victor. To this truth. Thomas stepped closer to him, not out of fear, but out of a strange, quiet need. A desire to be closer to what he had become. The shadows seemed to reach out toward him, welcoming him, pulling him in. Victor placed a hand on his shoulder, and Thomas felt the darkness within him surge, growing stronger, more powerful. The connection between them was undeniable now. "You're one of us, Thomas," Victor whispered. "And now you'll help us grow. You'll help us find others. We are not alone in this world. There are others like you, like us. You will help us bring them home." Thomas nodded slowly, feeling the weight of those words settle deep within him. He understood now. He understood what he was meant to do. And as Victor smiled, his black eyes glinting with something dangerous, Thomas couldn't help but smile too. Thomas's mind buzzed with strange clarity. The world around him had shifted, twisted in ways he could no longer comprehend. But in that moment, standing before Victor, it all made sense. He felt the pull of something greater than himself, an insatiable need to belong. There was no longer any doubt in his mind. He was part of this, part of the darkness, part of this ancient collective that Victor had shown him. The sense of belonging was overwhelming, a feeling of being complete in a way he'd never known. Victor's hand on his shoulder tightened, grounding him, making the bond between them stronger, more real. "There are others, Thomas," Victor said, his voice soft, almost a purr. "Others just like you. People who have felt the same emptiness, the same hunger you once did. You'll help us find them. You'll help them remember." Thomas nodded, a slow, steady movement. He could feel the truth in Victor's words, the deep hunger inside him, the need to spread this feeling to others. He felt connected to the shadows, to the darkness, to the others who had been waiting. Victor led him out of the room, and they walked down the corridor, the air thick with the hum of the shadows. The hall seemed endless, stretching far beyond what Thomas could see, as though it existed outside of time and space. The floors beneath them creaked with every step, and the shadows whispered as they passed, calling out to him in voices too faint to fully understand, but strong enough to stir something deep inside. The walls seemed to close in around them as they walked, and Thomas felt the weight of the shadows pressing closer, growing thicker with each passing moment. The space seemed to warp around them, bending in ways that didn't make sense. There were no windows, no light, just the oppressive, ever-present darkness. Victor stopped in front of a door at the end of the hall. It was old, wooden, and had an eerie, faint glow around its edges. He turned to Thomas, his black eyes gleaming in the dim light. "This is it," Victor said quietly. "This is where we'll find them." Thomas felt the air shift. The door wasn't just a door, it was a gateway, a threshold, and beyond it lay the answers. Beyond it was the next step in his transformation, the next step in their plan. Without a word, Victor opened the door, and the room beyond was bathed in a cold, blue light that seemed to flicker like distant stars. As Thomas stepped inside, he felt a wave of strange emotions, both familiar and foreign, rush over him. There were others in the room, standing in the shadows, their figures barely visible in the low light. But even in the dim glow, Thomas recognized them. They were like him. Their eyes, black as pitch, gleamed with the same eerie vitality, their faces pale and stretched tight against their bones. Their smiles were wide, unsettling, their mouths too large, too grotesque. They were waiting, their presence a silent invitation, an understanding between them all. "They've been waiting for you," Victor said, stepping into the room behind him. "They've been waiting for all of us." The others nodded, their eyes fixed on Thomas, their movements slow and deliberate. Their faces were expressions of quiet reverence, as though they had all been drawn together for this moment. There was a kind of shared knowledge among them, a bond forged in the same darkness that had consumed Thomas. "You feel it, don't you?" Victor asked, his voice soft and coaxing. "The hunger, the power, the desire to bring others into the fold. You're not alone, Thomas. You've never been alone." Thomas could feel it now, the need to spread this darkness, to find others like him, to make them remember. The darkness was alive within him, and it wanted to grow. It wanted to consume everything. The whispers were louder now, more urgent, echoing through his mind. "Find them, Thomas. Bring them to us. They will be like you. They will be ours." And as he stood in that room, surrounded by those who shared his new reality, Thomas felt something inside him snap into place. This was his purpose. He was no longer just Thomas. He was part of something greater, something ancient and powerful. He was part of the collective, part of the darkness. "You will help us bring them," Victor repeated. "We will spread, we will grow. There is no stopping it now." Thomas's heart raced as the room seemed to close in around him, the figures of the others moving closer. He felt the power, the darkness, surging through him, a force so strong it threatened to overwhelm him. But it didn't. Instead, he embraced it. He welcomed it. And with that, he took the first step towards spreading the darkness beyond this room, beyond this place. He would find others. He would bring them in, make them like him, and together they would grow stronger. Together, they would be unstoppable. Victor watched him with a satisfied smile, his eyes glowing with pride. "You're ready, Thomas. We're all ready." The door to the room slowly closed behind them, and the whispers in Thomas's mind grew louder, more insistent. "Find them. Make them ours." The dark figures in the room seemed to grow more distinct, their shapes slowly emerging from the shadows. Thomas could feel the pull of their collective presence, a quiet power radiating from each of them. They weren't just people anymore. They were something more. Their bodies were pale, their eyes wide, all sharing the same hollow, predatory gaze. The hunger was there, unmistakable. It was in the way they moved, the way they watched him, almost as though they were sizing him up. Victor stepped forward, his eyes locking with Thomas's. "You see them, don't you?" he whispered, the words curling in the thick, heavy air between them. "We're all the same now." Thomas could feel the truth of those words. These people, these beings, were a part of him now, just as much as he was a part of them. They were a reflection of his own transformation, each one bound by the same hunger, the same purpose. "I do," Thomas murmured, his voice quiet but certain. "I see them." Victor gave him a satisfied nod, as if he had known all along that Thomas would understand. "Good. Now we can begin. We will find the others. We will spread the darkness until there's nothing left but us." The others in the room nodded in unison, their movements synchronized, as if they were all part of a single entity. Their black eyes gleamed, their smiles twisted and hungry. Thomas felt something shift within him. The hunger inside him that had once been a gnawing ache, a vague discomfort, was now a deep, undeniable force. It wasn't just a need, it was a calling. He could feel it deep in his bones, a burning desire to find others, to bring them into the fold, to make them like him. Victor's voice broke through his thoughts. "It begins with you, Thomas. You are the one who will reach them first. You will find them." Thomas felt the weight of those words settle over him. He didn't know who the others were. He didn't know where they were, but it didn't matter. The darkness had already found its way into his soul, and it would lead him. He would find them, just as he had been found. The door to the room opened slowly, and the others began to file out, one by one, leaving Thomas and Victor standing in the center of the room. The whispers in Thomas's mind grew louder, urging him forward, urging him to take the first step. "Go," Victor said quietly, his voice like a velvet caress. "Go and bring them. You are ready." Thomas didn't hesitate. He stepped toward the door, his heart pounding in his chest. The shadows seemed to follow him, wrapping around him like a cloak, guiding him, whispering in his ear. The air outside the room was heavy, thick with the promise of what was to come. As he walked down the narrow hallway, the oppressive weight of the darkness pressed against him, but it didn't scare him. He welcomed it now. He needed it. His steps were sure and steady, his senses sharp. Everything around him felt alive in a way it hadn't before. The shadows reached out toward him, as if they recognized him, as if they were part of him now. The building was vast, its corridors stretching out endlessly in all directions. Thomas didn't know where he was going, but he didn't need to. The darkness would guide him. The whispers would guide him. He rounded a corner, and there, standing at the end of the hall, was a figure. A person. At first, Thomas wasn't sure whether it was real or just a mirage created by the shadows, but as he got closer, he could see it more clearly. It was a man, standing motionless in the middle of the hallway. His eyes were wide, staring into the darkness, unblinking. His face was pale, almost sickly, but his expression, it was one of fear, of terror. Thomas stopped in front of him. The man didn't move, didn't even acknowledge his presence. "Are you lost?" Thomas asked softly, his voice oddly calm. The man didn't answer. His eyes were fixed, unseeing, as if he was somewhere far beyond this world. "You're not lost," Thomas said, a knowing smile creeping across his face. "You've been waiting." The man's eyes snapped to Thomas's, and for a brief moment, there was a flicker of recognition, of understanding. And then, in the next instant, the terror in the man's face deepened. "No, please," the man whispered, his voice shaking. Thomas's smile widened. The hunger within him surged, boiling up from the depths of his soul. He could feel it now, the need to bring this person in, to make him part of the darkness. "You belong here," Thomas said, his voice low and filled with an eerie calm. "You always have." The man recoiled, his eyes wide with fear, but it was too late. The shadows seemed to stretch toward him, wrapping around his body, pulling him in. The man struggled for a moment, but his efforts were futile. The darkness was too powerful. Thomas watched with quiet satisfaction as the man's struggles grew weaker, his body becoming limp, his eyes losing their focus. The darkness enveloped him completely, swallowing him whole. And just like that, he was one of them. Thomas exhaled slowly, feeling a strange sense of peace settle over him. One down. There would be more. The darkness was endless. Thomas stood there for a moment, watching the shadows recede, leaving nothing behind but the hollow, empty shell of the man who had once been so full of fear. He was no longer a person. He was part of the darkness now, just like Thomas, just like Victor and the others. The hunger inside him was momentarily sated, but only for a brief moment. The desire to find more, to bring more into the fold, was too strong to ignore. He turned away, the silence of the hallway pressing in on him like a heavy weight. The whispers in his mind had returned, louder now, more insistent. "Find them, Thomas. Find the others." He followed their call, moving deeper into the labyrinthine hallways, the shadows flowing around him like an old friend. Each step he took felt like a step toward his true purpose, a step toward something greater than he could have ever imagined. The darkness inside him, the hunger, it was growing, and with it, his power. As he walked, the sounds of his footsteps echoed through the empty halls, the only sound in the stillness. He passed rooms that seemed to stretch into infinity, their contents hidden from view by the thick veil of darkness. Each room felt like a world unto itself, an isolated pocket of reality that only the shadows understood. And then, he saw another figure standing in the distance. This one was different, though. The figure wasn't standing motionless like the man before. No, this one was moving, walking slowly down the hall, as if drawn by some unseen force. Thomas didn't hesitate. He approached the figure, his steps silent, the shadows around him guiding his every move. As he drew closer, he could make out more details. It was a woman, her hair long and unkempt, her eyes wide with a mix of confusion and fear. She was looking around, as if searching for something, but her gaze never fell on him. She was lost. She had no idea he was there. "Hello," Thomas said, his voice smooth and calm, carrying through the stillness of the hall. The woman froze, her body stiffening as if she had sensed something. Her head turned slowly, her wide eyes locking onto his. There was fear there, yes, but also something else. Something deeper. Recognition, maybe. But it wasn't the kind of recognition that made her feel safe. No, it was something more like acceptance, as though she had been expecting him, expecting this moment. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly. "Where am I?" Thomas smiled. "You're exactly where you're meant to be." She took a step back, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, but she didn't turn to run. She didn't scream. She just watched him, as if waiting for something. She knew. She understood. I'm I'm not lost, she said, her voice gaining strength. Am I? Thomas stepped closer, the hunger inside him awakening again. He could feel the darkness surging within him, eager to claim her. No, he said, his voice barely a whisper. You're not lost. You've been waiting for this moment. Waiting for me. The woman swallowed, her breath catching in her throat. She took another step back, but this time it was more out of uncertainty than fear. The darkness around them seemed to shift, closing in like a curtain drawn across the room, making the hallway feel even smaller, more confining. Thomas could feel her resistance, but it didn't matter. The shadows whispered in his ear, urging him forward. Take her, Thomas. She is ready. Without thinking, he reached out toward her, his hand brushing against her arm. The moment their skin made contact, the shadows around them surged, and he felt the power within him explode outward, wrapping around her like an iron grip. She gasped, her body going rigid as the darkness consumed her. You belong here, Thomas whispered once again, his voice thick with the power of the collective. You always have. The woman struggled, but the shadows were too strong. Her body shuddered as the darkness wrapped itself around her, pulling her into its embrace. Her eyes widened, her mouth opening in a silent scream as she was absorbed by the shadows. And then, just as quickly as she had been there, she was gone. Another lost soul, swallowed by the darkness, another one brought into the fold. Thomas stood still for a moment, letting the silence of the hallway envelop him. He could feel the hunger inside him, now deeper, stronger. But he didn't feel fear. He didn't feel doubt. He felt only the calm certainty that this was what he was meant to do. He turned and continued down the hall, the whispers growing louder in his mind. Find them. Bring them. There would be more. Many more. And as he walked, he could feel the shadows following him, guiding him. The darkness was no longer just around him. It was inside him. It was him. He could feel it in every step, in every breath. The hunger was his now, just as much as he was its. This was only the beginning. Thomas walked through the winding hallways, his footsteps now lighter, almost as if the shadows themselves were lifting him, guiding him to the next. The silence of the place had become soothing, familiar, almost like a comfort he had always known but never truly recognized until now. It was the silence of inevitability, the quiet before the storm. The whispering voices were louder now, more urgent. More, Thomas. You're meant to bring more. You're the chosen one. Their words echoed in his mind like a chant, filling him with a sense of purpose so deep, so unshakable, that nothing else seemed to matter. He moved with a sense of clarity, his mind no longer clouded with doubt or confusion. Each step he took felt more certain than the last. Each corridor he passed seemed to open up before him, guiding him like a path laid out by the darkness itself. And then he reached another door. This one was different. It wasn't old and worn like the others. It was new, pristine, almost out of place in this house of shadows. It had a faint glow around the edges, a soft, pulsating light that seemed to beckon him. Thomas stopped in front of the door, his hand hovering above the handle. There was something about this door, something that felt significant. He could hear the faintest rustling sound coming from beyond, a sound he couldn't quite place but instinctively knew was important. His heart raced, but it wasn't fear. It was anticipation. He knew what awaited him on the other side, and he was ready. The hunger inside him had grown too strong to deny, too powerful to ignore. He opened the door. The room beyond was unlike any he had seen before. It was large, the walls lined with strange symbols that pulsed with a dim light, as if they were alive. The air was thick with an almost tangible energy, a kind of oppressive weight that pressed against his chest. But there was something else, something more powerful in the room. Figures stood in the center, cloaked in shadows. Their faces were obscured, but Thomas could feel their presence, feel the dark energy that radiated from them. They were waiting for him. "You've come," a voice said from the shadows. It was soft, a mere whisper, but it carried a weight that made Thomas's skin prickle. "I've come," Thomas replied, his voice steady, full of purpose. "I am ready." The figures stepped forward, their movements fluid and eerie, as if they were not bound by the same laws of reality that governed everything else. The air around them shimmered, distorting as though they existed in multiple places at once. "You are the one we've been waiting for," the voice continued. "The one who will bring others. The one who will bring us into the world." Thomas nodded, feeling the gravity of their words sink in. He understood now. This wasn't just about him. It wasn't just about finding others and adding them to the fold. This was about something much bigger, something older, something that had been waiting, lurking in the corners of the world, waiting for the right moment to rise. "You will lead the way," another figure spoke, its voice harsh, jagged, like broken glass scraping across stone. "You will be our harbinger, Thomas. You will open the doors. You will make the world ready for us." Thomas felt a surge of energy, of power, flood through him. He had always felt like he was waiting for something, waiting for a purpose, waiting for meaning. Now he realized that purpose had found him. He wasn't just part of something dark and dangerous. He was the key to it all. He was the one who would make it all happen. The figures closed in around him, their presence overwhelming, but Thomas didn't flinch. He stood tall, his heart beating in rhythm with the pulsing energy that filled the room. He could feel the darkness now, alive and breathing within him. It wasn't just part of him anymore. It was his very essence. "Do you understand, Thomas?" one of the figures asked, its voice almost a caress. "You will not just find the others. You will change them. You will make them see." The words sent a thrill through Thomas, a spark of excitement igniting within him. The hunger was stronger now, and with it, the power. He understood what they meant. He would no longer be just a messenger, bringing the lost souls to the darkness. No, he would reshape them. He would make them see the truth. "Yes," Thomas said, his voice a low, almost inaudible murmur. "I understand." The figure that had spoken stepped forward, its face still hidden by shadows, but its presence was undeniable. There was a power in the air, a heavy charge that made Thomas's pulse quicken. "Then it begins," the figure said. "You will open the way. You will find the others. The world will tremble. They will all come to you, drawn to the darkness, drawn to what you have become." And with that, Thomas felt the room shift. The shadows around him seemed to stretch and twist, growing thicker, darker. The energy in the air became almost suffocating, pressing in on him from all sides. The door behind him slammed shut with a deafening sound, and the room seemed to close in. The figures surrounding him were silent now, their gaze fixed on him with an intensity that sent a shiver down his spine. Thomas could feel it then, an overwhelming sense of power, of destiny. It was in his hands now. He was the one who would bring the world to its knees. He was the one who would open the gates of darkness and let it spill into the world. And he would do it, one soul at a time. Thomas stood there, his pulse racing, feeling the weight of the moment settle over him. The silence in the room was deafening, but it wasn't a silence of emptiness. It was the kind of silence that came before something inevitable, something that could not be stopped. The air seemed to vibrate with potential, with the promise of things to come. The figures around him remained still, their attention fixed on him, their presence heavy with expectation. He could feel their eyes, even though their faces were obscured. It was as if they were waiting for him to make the next move, for him to unleash whatever was within him. And deep inside, Thomas could feel it, the raw, unyielding power. The darkness had claimed him, had made him its own, and now it was time to use it. He took a deep breath, feeling the pulse of the shadows around him. The hunger within him had never been stronger, never been more undeniable. He could feel it rising in his chest, clawing at his throat, demanding to be set free. "You are the one who will lead us," the voice from the shadows whispered again, soft but firm. "You will open the world to us. They will come to you, Thomas. They will feel the pull." Thomas nodded slowly, his mind clear now, the purpose in his heart burning brightly. He understood it all. The others, the lost, they were waiting for him, drawn to the darkness, waiting to be changed, to be transformed. And he would be the one to guide them, to bring them into the fold. The figures shifted, their forms becoming less like people and more like shadows themselves, moving in unnatural ways. They weren't human, not anymore. They were something older, something that had existed far before the world had been shaped. They were the ones who had been waiting for a leader, someone to awaken their power and bring them into the light. Thomas was that leader. As the figures closed in around him, he felt something surge within him, an overwhelming sense of power that radiated from deep inside. He was no longer just a man. He was something more. He was the harbinger, the one who would lead them all to their true purpose. The world would tremble in the wake of his power. He would be the one to bring the darkness to life. "Where do I begin?" he asked, his voice filled with quiet certainty. "You begin with the ones who are closest," the voice from the shadows said, as if the words had been rehearsed. "They are the ones who are most susceptible. They're already searching, already lost. They will come to you." Thomas's heart quickened at the thought. The others, the lost, the searching, they were already out there, waiting to be claimed. He could feel the pull of their presence, like a magnet drawing him toward them. "I will find them," Thomas said, his voice steady and full of purpose. "I will bring them." And just like that, he knew. He knew where to go. The hunger inside him flared, an intense need to find the next soul, to bring them to the fold. The room around him seemed to shift once again, the walls bending and warping, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to his will. The shadows twisted, opening up like a door to another place, another world. The figures around him were watching him, their gaze full of approval, but there was something else there too, an eagerness, a hunger, just like his own. They were waiting, expecting him to step through the doorway they had opened, to enter the next phase of his journey. Thomas stepped forward, not hesitating. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, the air around him seemed to ripple, the very space around him warping, as if reality itself were stretching to accommodate him. He felt the weight of the darkness settle over him like a cloak. The pull of the others was strong now, clearer than ever. The world outside was no longer the same. He was no longer just Thomas. He was the one who would lead, the one who would open the gates and bring the others into the fold. They were waiting for him, and he would not disappoint them. He stepped into the next world, feeling the shadows swallow him whole. And as he moved forward, he could already feel the first of the lost souls drawing near. This was only the beginning. As Thomas stepped further into the shifting darkness, a strange sensation enveloped him, as if he were no longer walking through a simple door, but crossing into a completely different reality. The air was thick with an energy that hummed beneath his skin, almost as though the walls themselves were alive. Each step he took was accompanied by a soft, whispering breeze that tugged at his senses, guiding him deeper into the unknown. His surroundings were no longer just a house. The structure had changed. It felt like a labyrinth of infinite hallways, each one twisting and turning in impossible angles. The shadows were no longer static. They seemed to shift and move, writhing as if they were alive, a living, breathing thing that responded to his every movement. And then he saw them, the lost souls. They were scattered throughout the vast expanse of the darkened space, their faces twisted with confusion and fear. Their eyes, wide and empty, flicked toward him as he approached. Some of them seemed to be calling out to him, their mouths moving soundlessly as if their voices were trapped behind the veil of darkness. They were drawn to him, just as he had been drawn to them. He could feel their fear, their desperation. They were lost, disconnected from the world, wandering aimlessly through the shadows. But they didn't belong here, not yet. Not until he made them see. Thomas stood still for a moment, observing them, feeling the power inside him grow stronger, pulsing in time with the thudding of his heart. The hunger was back, clawing at his chest, a constant reminder of his purpose. He had been chosen to lead them, to make them see the truth of the world they had been blind to. One of the lost souls broke free from the crowd, stumbling toward him with a pleading look in its eyes. A man, perhaps in his mid-30s, his face drawn with exhaustion, his clothes ragged and torn. He reached out, his hands shaking as if he were afraid Thomas might vanish at any moment. "Please," the man whispered, his voice hoarse and trembling. "Help me. I don't know where I am. I don't know how I got here." Thomas didn't speak immediately. He just stared at the man, feeling the dark energy crackle in the air around him. He could sense the man's fear, could feel his desperation, his yearning for a way out. The man didn't realize yet that there was no escape, not from this place, not from the truth Thomas would show him. "You don't need to be afraid," Thomas said softly, his voice calm and reassuring. "You've been waiting for this. You've been waiting for me." The man's eyes widened, his breath catching in his throat. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, his entire body seemed to tremble, as if he were trying to fight something inside himself, something deep and primal. Thomas took a step closer, his shadow falling over the man like a dark shroud. He could feel the man's resistance, but it didn't matter. The hunger inside him grew stronger, and with it, the power. "You are not lost," Thomas continued, his voice steady. "You are chosen. You've been waiting for me for this moment. Now you will see." The moment he spoke those words, the shadows around them seemed to grow deeper, more suffocating. The man's eyes flickered, a moment of panic flashing across his face as the dark energy wrapped around him, pulling him in like a whirlpool. "Please no," the man gasped, his voice a strained whisper. "I don't want this." But it was too late. Thomas reached out, placing his hand on the man's shoulder. As soon as he made contact, the world seemed to shudder. The darkness surged, flooding into the man's body, filling him completely. His skin twisted, his body spasming as the shadows consumed him whole. His scream was a soundless echo, trapped in the ever-expanding void. And then, just like that, the man was gone. He had become one with the darkness. Thomas stood still, his breath steady, his pulse calm. He had done it. Another soul had joined the fold. The shadows around him whispered, their voices rising in unison, a cacophony of approval and hunger. But there was more to do. He turned, moving deeper into the maze of shadows, feeling the pull of more lost souls ahead. Each one would be his to claim. Each one would be brought into the fold, made to see the truth, made to understand their place in this world of darkness. There was no escape for them, just as there had been no escape for him. The hunger within him had become a part of him, inseparable from his very essence. It was the force that drove him now. It was the power that made him feel alive, made him feel like he had purpose. He reached another soul, a woman this time, her face pale and hollow, her eyes wide with terror. She stared at him, her mouth moving, but no words came out. She was lost, just like the others, waiting for someone to guide her, to give her a purpose. "You're not alone," Thomas said, his voice low and soothing. "I'm here, and I'm going to show you the truth." Her eyes flickered with something, a spark of recognition, of understanding. She knew what he was saying. She knew what he meant. With a slow, deliberate motion, Thomas reached out, placing his hand gently on her shoulder. And just like the man before her, the darkness flowed into her, consuming her entirely, until there was nothing left but the void. Another soul claimed, another lost soul brought into the fold. But still there were more, so many more. Thomas could feel them, could feel their presence like a weight pressing against his chest. He moved forward again, the shadows swirling around him, guiding him toward the next one, and the next, until there would be no more lost souls left. Until he had found them all, and the world was ready for what would come next. This was just the beginning. The darkness seemed endless now, stretching farther than Thomas could comprehend, each corner filled with the weight of more souls waiting to be claimed. He had already lost count of how many he had transformed. The numbers didn't matter anymore. What mattered was the feeling of power, of control, of being the one who could shape this reality. His footsteps were silent as he moved through the maze of shadows, each step a quiet echo in the vastness around him. The air was thick with tension, the whispers of the souls swirling around him, growing louder and more frantic as if they were aware of his presence, aware that they too would soon be part of his growing army. The hunger inside him surged with each soul he claimed. But there was something else now, something more insidious, a creeping unease that he couldn't shake. The further he went, the more distorted the shadows became, warping and twisting in unnatural ways. The walls themselves seemed to breathe, exhaling a cold, damp air that sent a shiver down his spine. For the first time since he had entered this dark world, Thomas felt an unfamiliar twinge of doubt. Was this really what he wanted? But the hunger quickly drowned out his thoughts. He couldn't stop now. The pull was too strong, too consuming. He had a purpose, a destiny, and nothing could distract him from it. Ahead of him, another soul stood waiting. A woman, her back hunched, her face hidden behind a mess of tangled hair. She looked lost, confused, her hands trembling as she fumbled with the fabric of her torn clothes. She was the perfect candidate. Thomas felt the familiar surge of power rise within him. This one would be easy. But as he stepped forward, something strange happened. The woman looked up, and her eyes met his, and for the briefest moment, Thomas felt an icy chill run through him. Her eyes were not wide with fear, not the vacant, desperate gaze he had come to expect. Instead, they were calm, calculating, piercing, as if she had known he would come. "You," she whispered, her voice cold, and yet oddly clear in the thick silence. "You think you control this?" Thomas froze. His breath caught in his throat. No one had ever spoken to him like that. The woman took a slow step toward him, her movements unnervingly graceful. "You think you're the one leading, the one with power. But you're wrong." Thomas could feel the walls around him shift, the shadows warping, growing heavier with each word she spoke. The confidence in her voice, the certainty, was something Thomas had never encountered. A deep, primal fear began to claw at the edges of his mind, but he pushed it aside. He had no time for weakness. "You don't understand," Thomas said, his voice low, almost a growl. "You don't know what I've become. You're lost, just like the others. You're nothing." The woman smiled, but it wasn't a smile of fear or submission. It was something more knowing. "I know exactly what you are," she said, her voice almost a whisper now, but carrying an eerie clarity. "You're just a pawn, Thomas. A tool. A puppet." The shadows around Thomas shifted once again, swirling more intensely now, as if the room itself was responding to her words. He felt the darkness coil tighter around him, the hunger that had once felt so powerful now beginning to feel like a weight. He took a step back, his heart racing. "No," he muttered, shaking his head. "I'm in control. I'm the one who leads." But as he said the words, he could feel them losing their weight, as if the certainty he had once carried was now crumbling, leaving him exposed, vulnerable. The woman took another step closer, her eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. "You were never meant to lead, Thomas. You were meant to open the door, to awaken what was already waiting. But you're not the one in control. You never were." Her words hit him like a slap to the face. For the first time since entering the darkness, Thomas felt his resolve falter. "Who are you?" he whispered, his voice trembling. "What do you want?" The woman tilted her head, as if considering him for a moment. "I am what you will become if you fail. I am the truth you cannot see. I am what waits beyond the shadows, beyond your reach." The air around them grew colder, the shadows thickening as her words sank into him. Thomas wanted to take a step forward, to force her to join him, to claim her like the others. But something held him back. Something was telling him that this wasn't just another soul. This wasn't just another lost one to be transformed. She reached out slowly, her fingers brushing his arm, and he felt a jolt of cold energy shoot through him. His body stiffened, and for the briefest moment, he felt something inside him snap. "You don't control the darkness," she said softly, her voice like ice. The darkness controls you. Suddenly, the world around him seemed to collapse inward. The shadows, once his allies, now seemed to turn against him, pressing in from all sides. They were no longer his servants, no longer something he could bend to his will. They were something else, something far older, far darker than he had ever understood. Thomas gasped, feeling the coldness spreading through him, wrapping around his chest, his heart, his mind. He tried to pull away, but the shadows clung to him, suffocating him, binding him in ways he couldn't comprehend. The woman stepped back, watching him with those cold, knowing eyes. "You've opened the door," she said, her voice barely audible above the whispering shadows. "Now you must face the consequences." And in that moment, Thomas realized the truth of her words. The darkness had never been something he could control. It had been using him from the very beginning, manipulating him, pulling him toward this inevitable moment. The power he had thought he wielded, the control he had believed he had over the shadows, was nothing but an illusion. And now, the darkness was coming for him. The shadows pressed in closer around him, suffocating him with their icy embrace. Every inch of space seemed to shrink, as if the very walls of reality were bending in on him. Thomas tried to move, to tear himself away from the grip of the darkness, but his body refused to obey. It was as if the shadows were not just around him, but inside him, rooting themselves in his very soul, seeping into the depths of his consciousness. The woman stood across from him, her face cold and unreadable. She seemed almost detached, as if watching a spectator at a play, waiting for the final act to unfold. "You were never meant to control it," she repeated, her voice echoing in the oppressive silence. "The darkness is ancient, Thomas. It's not something you can tame or own. It's part of the world, and you were foolish enough to think you could command it." Thomas's chest tightened, his breath shallow and ragged. The darkness was suffocating him from the inside, eating away at the threads of his identity. He could feel it, its weight pushing down on him, crushing him into submission. But deep inside, he refused to surrender. He wouldn't let the darkness win. He couldn't. Not after everything he had endured, everything he had become. "I won't give up," he gasped, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the one who leads. I won't let you take that from me." The woman stepped closer, her eyes narrowing as she studied him, as if weighing his resolve. Her presence was so cold, so overwhelmingly powerful that it felt like the very air was freezing around them. "You still don't understand, do you?" she said softly. "You're nothing. You're a tool. You were never meant to lead. You were meant to open the door, nothing more." The shadows around Thomas seemed to pulse in response to her words, growing darker, heavier. They weren't his anymore. They were rebelling, fighting against him, rejecting his control. He felt them twisting around him like tendrils, digging into his flesh and his soul. "Let go, Thomas," the woman said, her voice almost soothing now. "It's over. You can't fight it. Not anymore." "No," Thomas whispered, shaking his head. "I won't give in." But as he said those words, something shifted inside him. The darkness, the very force that had once seemed like his ally, suddenly felt alien, hostile. It was overwhelming now, not just as a presence, but as a force that was completely beyond his understanding. It wanted something from him, something he couldn't even fathom. The woman stepped forward again, this time reaching out to touch his arm. Her fingers were like ice against his skin, and he recoiled instinctively, but the shadows held him firm, pinning him in place. "You are already lost," she said softly, her words like poison. "There's no way back from here. You think you can fight the inevitable, but you can't. The darkness has claimed you. It's shaping you. It always was." For the first time, Thomas felt a flicker of doubt, a deep, gnawing fear that clawed at his insides. He had been so sure, so certain that he was in control, that he was the one pulling the strings. But now everything felt wrong. Everything felt out of place. The shadows didn't obey him anymore. They were taking on a life of their own, becoming something else. They were no longer his servants, his tools. They were an entity unto themselves, a being that had its own desires, its own will. "No," Thomas gasped again, his voice breaking. "No, this isn't what I wanted. This isn't what I planned." "You didn't plan anything," the woman said, her voice tinged with a cruel sense of finality. "You were never the one who made the plan. You were just a vessel, a means to an end." The air around him seemed to vibrate with the intensity of the woman's words, as if the entire world was collapsing in on itself. The darkness pressed tighter, squeezing the last remnants of his strength, his willpower, until there was nothing left but the hollow echo of his thoughts. "Please," he whispered, his voice weak. I was just trying to lead, to guide them, to bring them home." The woman's expression softened, but it was not a look of sympathy. It was something far colder. "You don't belong here, Thomas. You never did. This place, this darkness, it was never meant for people like you. It was meant for those who truly understand it, who embrace it." He didn't understand what she meant. He couldn't. His mind was clouded, his body trapped in the tightening grip of the shadows. His very identity felt like it was slipping away from him, unraveling into the void. "You think you can fight it," she said, her voice growing fainter as if she were drifting further away. "But this is the truth. You're a part of it now, a fragment of something much larger, much older. And in the end, you'll become one with it. You'll be absorbed into the darkness." Her figure faded slowly, her presence shrinking in the ever-growing expanse of shadow. The last thing Thomas saw was her eyes, those piercing, knowing eyes, staring at him, full of a cold certainty that made his heart freeze. And then she was gone. The shadows still clung to him, their grip suffocating, but now there was nothing left to fight, nothing left to hold on to. His thoughts, once clear, were now clouded with the overwhelming pressure of the darkness. He couldn't think, couldn't feel. He was just a part of it now. There was no escaping it. He was the darkness, and the darkness was him. As the last vestiges of the woman's presence faded, Thomas was left in complete isolation, his body and mind a prisoner to the suffocating embrace of the darkness. The oppressive weight around him intensified, pressing harder, squeezing tighter, until there was no distinction between him and the shadows that coiled around his being. Every inch of his skin, every thought, every breath was now a part of the unyielding void that had swallowed him whole. The silence that followed was deafening, the kind of silence that stretched beyond time, beyond comprehension. The very air seemed to hold its breath, as though waiting for something unseen and unfathomable to happen. Thomas could feel his thoughts slipping away from him, like grains of sand falling through his fingers, each one a part of who he once was. At first, there was only the cold, endless blackness, the kind of darkness that made it impossible to tell whether his eyes were open or closed. But then something changed. A faint sound echoed through the void, a whisper, almost imperceptible, but there, just beyond his hearing. "You're still here." The voice was low, almost like a murmur, but it felt like it was coming from everywhere at once. Inside his head, in the air around him, through the very fabric of the shadows. The voice was familiar, but twisted, distorted in a way that made it almost unrecognizable. It was the woman's voice, but now it sounded as though it was infused with something deeper, something darker. "You thought you could escape," the voice continued, now growing clearer. "But you're part of it now. You always were." Thomas tried to scream, tried to fight against the voice, but his body refused to move. His mouth wouldn't open, his limbs wouldn't obey. It was as if he had become part of the very fabric of this dark world, his existence now bound to it in ways he couldn't understand. "You are the darkness," the voice echoed once more, filling every corner of his mind. "The door has been opened, and now you must face what you have unleashed." For a moment, he was overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the truth. The weight of what he had become, the weight of the power he had sought, was too much to bear. It crushed him from the inside, turning every muscle, every bone into pure, unrelenting despair. He wanted to resist. He wanted to break free. But as the shadows twisted around him, he realized something far more terrifying. There was nothing left to resist. The darkness had become him, and he had become it. It was then that he understood. The woman had been right. He wasn't in control. He never had been. The darkness, this force he had believed he could command, had always been far greater than him. He had only ever been its vessel, its puppet. The hunger was still there, deep within him, gnawing at his insides. But it was no longer the hunger he had felt before, the hunger for power, for control. This hunger was different. It was a part of him now. It was the insatiable need to consume, to engulf everything in its path. The voice spoke again, but this time it was joined by another. The voices of the countless souls Thomas had claimed, all whispering in unison, filling the void with their hollow, mournful cries. "Welcome home, Thomas." The words were a mockery of everything he had once believed. He had opened the door, yes, but it was never meant to be a door he could control. It was a doorway to something far beyond him, something ancient and insidious, and now he was part of it. He was no longer a man. He was an extension of the darkness, an agent of the void that had been unleashed. And as the voices swirled around him, as the shadows danced and writhed in anticipation, Thomas realized there was no going back. He was trapped here, just as the others had been, lost in the abyss, forever bound to the darkness that had claimed him. But there was no fear in him now, no resistance, no regret, because, in the end, the darkness wasn't just something he had opened. It was something that had always been waiting for him. The darkness around Thomas deepened, its cold fingers pressing tighter around his soul. The overwhelming weight of it, the suffocating presence, seemed to close in from every direction. It wasn't just the physical sensation of darkness. It was the feeling of being swallowed whole, of becoming part of something that was beyond any human comprehension. His mind drifted, fragmented, floating in the void as the whispers of the lost souls around him grew louder, their voices joining in a dissonant chorus. "We are one," they chanted, their voices indistinguishable from one another, merging into a single, endless sound. Thomas felt the cold flood his mind, and for a moment the swirling darkness around him seemed to pause, as if it were waiting for something. Then, with a sudden jolt, he was pulled forward. His body moved without his will, dragged through the darkness, helpless to resist. He felt weightless, as though he was no longer anchored to anything, as if his very existence was slipping through his fingers. He tried to scream, to fight, but there was no sound, no voice to break the crushing silence that surrounded him. He was being led, pulled deeper into the heart of this twisted, unimaginable place. Time no longer made sense here. It felt like days, weeks, or even years had passed in mere moments. He could no longer tell where he ended and the darkness began. He was lost within it. Suddenly the oppressive weight lightened. The suffocating cold that had gripped him began to recede. He opened his eyes, or at least he tried to. There was no light to see, no reference point, but somehow he could sense it. He could feel something shifting, something changing around him. Then the voice returned. But this time, it wasn't just one voice. It was the voices of countless others filling the space, crowding his thoughts, each whisper carrying the weight of endless torment. "You opened the door," they murmured, their voices soft and sorrowful. "You brought us here, and now you are one of us." The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had become a part of the darkness, but that didn't mean he was free from its power. No, far from it. He had unleashed it, but it was now feeding on him, twisting his identity into something unrecognizable. He had been consumed, body and soul, and now he was a vessel for the very force he had sought to control. His body, once his own, was no longer his. He could feel it changing, shifting. His limbs felt foreign, as if they no longer obeyed his commands. His very skin seemed to ripple with the dark energy that surged through him. The hunger gnawed at him, deeper than before, growing, swelling. And then, as if in answer to the madness in his mind, A shape began to form before him, emerging from the darkness. It was blurry at first, like a shadow in a fog, but then it solidified into something more. A figure, tall and skeletal, its features obscured by the thick, shifting shadows that seemed to dance around it. The figure had no face, no eyes, but somehow Thomas could feel its gaze on him, a pressure that weighed heavier than the very air itself. The figure extended a long, bony hand toward him, and the darkness around it seemed to pulse with an ancient, malevolent energy. "Welcome," the figure whispered, its voice deep and otherworldly. It wasn't a single voice, but the combined voices of countless souls, all melding into one in a sound that reverberated in his bones. "Welcome to your new home." Thomas tried to speak, but his voice was gone, swallowed by the same darkness that had claimed him. He opened his mouth, but no sound came. He tried to move, to break free, but his body was no longer his to command. The figure stepped closer, its shadow stretching long and thin across the ground, swallowing the space between them. With each step, the air around Thomas grew colder, more suffocating. The whispers from the souls surrounding him intensified, growing into a maddening chorus that threatened to drown out all rational thought. "You are one of us now," the figure continued, its voice a low, guttural murmur. "We are the ones who have waited, the ones who have seen the truth. You are the final piece." And then, as though the very air around them had been holding its breath, the figure raised its hand and reached toward Thomas. The darkness seemed to ripple in response, an endless void swirling around his body, pulling him closer to the figure. He felt it then, the true horror of his existence, the terrifying knowledge that he had not just been claimed by the darkness. He had become the darkness, a part of the endless void that had been waiting, hungry, for someone like him. The figure's hand brushed against his chest, and in that instant, the world around Thomas shattered. Not in the way he had expected, not in an explosion of light or sound, but in a sudden, terrifying silence. A silence that spread from the point where the figure had touched him, extending outward like a ripple in water. And then, just as quickly, the silence was filled with something far worse. A presence that filled every corner of his mind, his soul, every inch of his being. It wasn't just a voice or a thought. It was everything, a vast, infinite presence that consumed him entirely. "You are now part of the eternal." The words echoed through him, but they weren't words anymore. They were the truth, the absolute, inescapable truth that his existence, his humanity, was gone. In its place was an endless, consuming force. The force of the darkness that had always been there, lurking, waiting for the moment when it would finally claim him. And as he stood there, surrounded by the endless, swirling void, Thomas realized there was no escape. There never had been, because in the end, the darkness was him. The void seemed to stretch infinitely before Thomas, a never-ending expanse of nothingness that swallowed him whole. His mind, fractured and torn, could no longer comprehend the vastness of the darkness. It wasn't just around him anymore. It was inside him, consuming every shred of his humanity, his essence. There was no longer a separation between who he had been and the void that now filled him. The presence, the eternal, pressed in on him from all sides. It was neither oppressive nor comforting. It simply was a force that existed beyond understanding, beyond anything he could ever have imagined. And yet, somehow, it felt familiar, as though it had always been a part of him, waiting for the moment when he would fully become one with it. And in that moment, something within him broke. His memories, who he had been, the choices he had made, the life he had led, faded into the background like forgotten whispers lost in the void. He couldn't even remember why he had wanted to control the darkness. It seemed so distant now, so unimportant. All that remained was the cold, overwhelming certainty that this was where he was meant to be, where he had always been meant to be. A figure materialized before him, but it wasn't like the one from before. This new figure was different, more formless, more nebulous, as if it were made entirely of shadows. Its presence seemed to bend the very air around it, distorting everything in its wake. "Do you understand now?" the figure asked, its voice a distorted chorus of many tones, a low hum that resonated through Thomas's entire being. Thomas couldn't answer. He couldn't speak, couldn't even feel his own thoughts anymore. He could only listen to the echoes of the voices around him. The lost souls, the ones who had come before him, the ones who had been absorbed into the eternal void. They whispered endlessly, murmuring things he couldn't quite grasp, their voices blending together until they were one. "You sought control," the figure continued, its voice twisting around him, filling his every thought. "But the truth is, you were always meant to be a part of this. You are not the master. You are the vessel. The door was never yours to open. It opened because you were meant to walk through it." Thomas felt the words sink into him, deep into his core. The truth was undeniable, inescapable. The figure wasn't lying. He had never controlled the darkness. The darkness had controlled him all along. It had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when he would open the door and allow it to consume him completely. The emptiness around him seemed to pulse with this knowledge, a rhythmic, steady beat that matched the stillness of his own existence. His body, his mind, felt like they were no longer his. He was simply a part of something larger, something far more ancient than he could ever comprehend. His thoughts, once so sharp, so desperate to hold on, faded, leaving only a cold, hollow space. "You will never escape," the figure whispered. "You will never return to what you were." The weight of those words pressed down on him, and for a moment, Thomas felt a flicker of something. A distant memory, something human. The briefest spark of fear, of panic. But it was fleeting, like a dying ember, swallowed immediately by the all-consuming darkness. "There is no past here," the figure said. "There is only what you have become." And in that moment, Thomas understood. He was no longer Thomas. He was no longer a man. He was nothing but a part of the eternal. He had become the darkness itself, and the darkness would never let him go. The figure stepped closer, its shadowy form pressing against him. It was as if it was drawing the last remnants of his identity into itself, absorbing him completely. The voices of the souls around him seemed to grow louder, their whispers becoming a deafening chorus. "You are nothing," they hissed. "You were never meant to be anything. You were always ours." The words cut through Thomas like a knife, but they didn't hurt. They didn't make him feel anything at all. There was nothing left to feel. No pain, no fear, no hope. Just the cold, infinite void that now consumed him. And as the figure's shadow engulfed him entirely, Thomas felt the last vestiges of his humanity dissolve. He was nothing. He was no one. He was the darkness. The transition was subtle, yet complete. Thomas no longer existed as a man, no longer a separate entity, struggling to retain what was left of his former life. He had melted into the darkness. But unlike any death he had once imagined, it wasn't an end. There was no finality, no release. He had not ceased to be. He had merely become something else, something boundless, hollow, and cold. The figure, if it could even be called that, remained still in front of him, its formlessness almost comforting in its consistency. It wasn't an image or a shape. It was a presence, a whisper that thrummed within the fabric of the void. It was the void, just as Thomas now was. As the last fragments of who he had been slipped away, there came a strange, undeniable pull from deep within the endless black. He felt it now, a sensation that hadn't existed before, something like a hunger, but not for food, a hunger for more. A pull that was not just physical but mental, a yearning for expansion, for consumption. The hollow whispers around him had grown louder, more coherent now, as if they were urging him on, urging him to embrace what he had become. To feed. "Join us," they called out, and there was something ancient in their tone, something more than just desperation. "Join the endless. We are all one now. We are the eternal." The pull in his chest grew stronger, deeper. He felt the space around him warp, heard the air shift with a rhythm of its own, somehow alive, somehow waiting. For a moment, there was a flicker of rebellion in his mind. He wanted to reject it, to scream and fight, to claw his way out, but there was no escape. The feeling of rebellion was like a fading spark against an ocean of darkness. "You belong here now," the figure intoned. Its voice reverberated through his entire being, deeper than thought, beyond comprehension. "There is no escape. There is no turning back." In that instant, a realization, horrifying in its clarity, settled over him like a shroud. He had never truly understood the nature of the power he had sought. He had believed he could control it, but in the end, the darkness was not something to control. It was an infection, a disease, a relentless force that consumed, absorbed, and destroyed. And he had been nothing but a vessel, a pawn in a game that had already been won before he had even understood the rules. Thomas felt the darkness seeping into him more completely now, filling every corner of his being. His thoughts were no longer his own. His memories faded like mist in the wind, leaving nothing behind but the weight of the eternal. He was but a whisper in the vastness of the void, part of the darkness, part of the endless, undying hunger. "You are one of us," the voices whispered again, their tones sweet, soothing, yet terrifying in their promise. "You are eternal, and you will never be alone." He was lost, not just in the void, but lost in the truth of it. The truth that there was no escaping this, no escaping it. And as the darkness pressed in, thick and suffocating, Thomas realized the full extent of his fate. He would never leave. He would never find peace. He would never return to the world he had known. He had become the void. He was now one with it, part of something that would exist beyond time, beyond understanding, beyond life itself. But even in this dark, suffocating eternity, even as the last remnant of his humanity crumbled into nothingness, he could feel the gnawing sensation begin again, the hunger. It had always been there, but now it was a part of him, a never-ending, insatiable need that would never be satisfied. It wasn't the hunger for life. It wasn't the hunger for power or control. It was the hunger to consume, to absorb, to expand, to fill the void with more of itself, to make the darkness larger, to spread it further, until it engulfed everything. "We are legion," the voices whispered, and in their words, Thomas understood. He was not alone. He was never alone. There were others, countless others, just like him, consumed, trapped, lost. But in their shared fate, they had become something greater, something that existed in the deepest recesses of the universe, beyond the veil of life and death. And so, as Thomas faded completely into the darkness, he became part of the eternal hunger. He would no longer be remembered, no longer missed. He was a part of the endless void now, a whisper in the shadows, an echo of what had once been, forever consumed by the abyss he had opened. And the darkness waited. The eternal void stretched onward, endless and silent, an infinite space that had once seemed like a prison. Now it felt less like confinement and more like a vast, unknowable expanse. As the last vestiges of Thomas's individuality crumbled, consumed by the all-encompassing darkness, something shifted in the air. There was no longer any resistance, no longer any question of choice. There was just the hunger, endless and deep. But as he sank deeper into this new existence, a strange thing happened. The hunger, once a dull ache at the center of his being, began to change. It became sharper, more defined. It felt almost focused. The realization hit him slowly, a creeping understanding that made the empty void pulse with an unnatural anticipation. It was no longer just his hunger. It was the hunger of something else. Something other than the void itself. Something ancient. The whispers, too, seemed to shift, the tone in their endless murmurs changing, growing more anxious, more insistent. "You feel it too," they whispered. "We all feel it. We are called." For the first time since the darkness had consumed him, Thomas felt an unsettling sense of movement in the void, a stirring that rippled through the fabric of the endless black. Something was coming, something larger than him, something beyond the darkness itself. The air grew thick with the sensation of anticipation, the hunger growing louder, gnawing more fiercely. Thomas couldn't quite make sense of it. His mind, so utterly lost in the eternal void, couldn't grasp the shape of this new feeling. It wasn't fear, it wasn't terror, but it was something unsettling, something alien, like the presence of something old, older than the darkness, older than time itself. And then the cold voice of the figure, the one who had first led him into this cursed eternity, returned, not through words, but through an awareness. A presence that filled the void like a distant bell tolling, echoing through the endless nothingness. "You are not alone," the figure's voice hummed, deep and resonating, as though it had always been there, waiting for this moment. "It is time. The hunger is upon us all." The words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, as the ripples in the darkness grew stronger. The whispers intensified, building to a crescendo of voices. Thousands, no millions, all speaking at once, calling, yearning, pulling toward something, toward a single point. Thomas didn't understand, but he felt it. He felt the pull deep in the center of his being. The hunger, this time, was not just his own. It was collective. It was shared by all the lost souls trapped in the void, and they were all moving toward the same thing. The ripples in the void grew into something more. Closer. A shape, not a physical shape, but something that could be felt, something that shifted the very fabric of the darkness. It was approaching. "It calls to us," the whispers murmured, their voices tinged with an eerie excitement. "It calls to us from beyond. We will join. We will merge." The feeling grew more intense, as if the very void itself was shifting, as if something huge was pushing against it. The hunger swelled, feeding into something larger, something that stretched across an unfathomable distance. And then, just as the tension became unbearable, it arrived. Thomas felt it before he could comprehend it. The presence was too vast to be understood by his now fragmented mind. It was beyond words, beyond form. But it was there, undeniably present. It wasn't just a thing. It was a force, a primal energy, one that could bend space and time, that existed before the dawn of the universe, a presence that had no beginning and no end. And as it drew closer, Thomas felt himself slipping deeper into it, like a current in an ocean, pulling him under. "We are chosen," the whispers chanted in unison, their voices reverberating in his mind, filling every crevice of his soul. "We are part of it now." And then, with a sudden shift, the vast presence opened. Not with light, not with sound. It was more like a great ripping, a tear in the fabric of the void itself. The hunger, collective and powerful, surged forward. The lost souls, including Thomas, were pulled toward it. The very essence of his being was drawn in, swallowed whole by the force that was now more than just a presence. It was a consuming entity, something alive in a way that no being had ever been before, something that had always been alive. The tear in the void expanded, and as Thomas, along with the millions of others, was drawn in, he felt a terrible sense of unity. The void merged with this ancient force, and in that moment he knew. He had become a part of something beyond understanding, something that was infinite, eternal, and insatiable. The hunger was no longer a fragment of himself. It was a part of something much larger, much older, something that would never stop, something that would continue forever, consuming everything in its path. But as the hunger grew, something else began to take shape, a realization, a thought that crawled into his mind, slow and insidious. This wasn't the end. The force, the tear in the fabric of reality, wasn't a death. It wasn't destruction. It was rebirth. The sensation of rebirth was not comforting. It was not a gentle awakening, nor a soft return to something familiar. It was a violent upheaval, a rupture that tore through every layer of Thomas's consciousness. He could feel the remnants of his humanity twisting, morphing, changing in ways that defied logic and understanding. It was as though he were being reshaped, reformed into something entirely different, something he couldn't recognize, but something ancient, something that had always existed beneath the surface of his being. The tear that had opened in the void grew wider, its edges jagged and raw, pulsing with a rhythmic beat that echoed deep within Thomas's soul. The hunger, no longer his alone, surged in unison with it, a force so powerful it felt as though it would consume everything, not just in this space, but in all of existence. It was more than just a hunger. It was a call. The whispers, those millions of voices that had been trapped in the void for eternity, began to chant louder, faster, as if they too were being pulled towards something. The very fabric of the universe seemed to hum with the energy of this gathering force. It wasn't simply a desire to feed, it was a need to become, a need to merge, to fuse with this force, to join in the eternal cycle that had no beginning and no end. The hunger had become something else entirely. It was no longer a ravenous emptiness. It had evolved. It had become a need to evolve, to grow, to expand. The tear in the void was no longer just an opening. It was an entrance. It was the gateway to something far beyond the darkness, something that stretched across all of existence, a place where time itself held no sway, where space was irrelevant, and where the very laws of reality could be rewritten. And Thomas, he could feel it, even now, as he was being drawn into it. He was becoming part of it. He was no longer just a lost soul, wandering in the eternal dark. He was becoming a part of something larger, something infinite. The whispers around him grew more insistent, more desperate, as they too were pulled in. "Join us," they sang, their voices a cacophony of madness and yearning. "Merge with us, become one with the eternal hunger." The pull grew stronger, and Thomas could feel it in every part of his being. His body, or whatever was left of it, was no longer his. It was no longer just a vessel. It had become an extension of something far greater. A tiny, insignificant fragment of the force that was calling out to the void. There was no resistance now. There was no need for it. The hunger had consumed him entirely. There was nothing left to fight against. He had no identity left to preserve, no memories to cling to. He was part of something much bigger, something that stretched beyond his understanding. The darkness no longer seemed cold. It no longer felt empty. It was alive, and it was calling out to every part of him, every part of the lost souls that had been drawn into the tear, into the great merging. As he was pulled further into the abyss, Thomas realized the truth. This was not the end. This was not a destruction. This was the beginning of something new. Something that had existed before him, before anyone, before all of creation. And it was now awakening, stretching out across the universe, pulling in everything, consuming everything. Thomas had become a part of it, just as all the others had. The void, the hunger, the eternal force, everything was merging, blending together, becoming one. There would be no end. There would be no beginning. There would only be the eternal cycle of hunger and consumption. And as the tear in the void closed behind him, sealing him into this new existence, Thomas could feel it. The hunger, yes, but also the knowing. The knowing that this was not just his fate, but the fate of all things. The hunger would continue forever, consuming everything in its path. And there would be no escape. Not for him. Not for anyone. There was only the eternal hunger. The moment the tear sealed shut, Thomas felt a profound shift. Not just in his existence, but in everything around him. The void that had once been so all-encompassing, so suffocating, now seemed to ripple and tremble with a strange, unfamiliar energy. It wasn't fear. It wasn't dread. It was something deeper, something ancient, like the very essence of reality was shifting. He was no longer alone in this vast expanse. The hunger had grown into something more. It pulsed now in the very fabric of the universe, stretching out, seeking to envelop everything in its path. The whispers of the countless souls that had joined with him in this vast, consuming hunger had melded together into one collective voice. A voice that sang of an endless, insatiable need, a need to devour and expand. They were all part of it now. The sensation of being pulled, of merging with something greater, became almost unbearable. His very being, what remained of his humanity, seemed to stretch and twist, his consciousness expanding outward, pushing into the very fabric of the void itself. His mind was no longer contained by the limitations of his body, no longer confined to the boundaries of self. He was becoming something new, something beyond comprehension. The hunger, this force that had consumed them all, was not a simple desire. It was a purpose, a destiny, an inevitable pull that had always existed, waiting for the moment when everything would align, when the stars would shift, and when the last soul, Thomas's soul, would finally understand its true purpose. "We are the beginning," the whispers sang, their voices a chorus of endless yearning. "We are the end." There was no beginning, no end, only the endless cycle of hunger and consumption. And Thomas, as he felt his consciousness stretch further, felt the truth of it, the truth that had eluded him for so long. He had been consumed by the hunger, but now the hunger was becoming him. It was no longer a force outside him, something that pulled at him from the darkness. It was inside him, a part of him, intertwined with every fiber of his being. In this eternal existence, there was no room for regret, no room for desire. There was only the need to expand, the need to devour, the need to consume. The void around him shimmered with a dark energy as the force that had called him, that had drawn him into its endless cycle, began to grow stronger. It was no longer just a presence. It was an entity, a being, an ancient force that had been lying dormant, waiting for this moment, waiting for the final soul to merge with it and awaken the hunger that would never end. And then, in the deepest part of the void, a new sensation rippled through him. A flicker of awareness, a sense that somewhere beyond this place, there were other forces, other powers that existed. They were aware of the hunger. They were aware of the pull, the call to consume, to merge. "They are coming," the whispers murmured, their voices carrying a strange note of excitement, of anticipation. The others are coming, and Thomas understood. The hunger was not just about consuming. It was about merging, about joining with those who had felt the same pull, joining with the others who had, over millennia, been pulled into the void, consumed by the insatiable need to expand. They were coming to join, and when they did, the cycle would begin anew. The hunger would not just consume this existence. It would consume all of them. The void trembled with the knowledge. The hunger was eternal. It would never stop. It would never be quenched. And as Thomas, along with countless others, felt himself drawn into the dark force that stretched across all of reality, he realized, with terrifying clarity, that there was no escape. There would never be an end. There was no final destination, no release. There was only the eternal hunger. The realization of it, the eternity of it, settled like a weight in Thomas's soul. There was no escape, no way out. The hunger that had been an individual need, now a collective force, was something far greater than the sum of its parts. It was endless, infinite, and it consumed everything. It consumed time. It consumed space. It consumed the very essence of existence itself. The voices, those millions of souls, had no identities left, no sense of individuality. They were part of something far more significant now, part of a hunger that could never be sated, a hunger that would never stop. And as they all merged into this dark force, there was no distinction between them. There was no self. There was only the call to consume. Thomas, or what remained of him, had no physical form to hold onto anymore. His memories, once so precious, faded into the depths of the hunger, lost forever in the chaos of the merging. He was no longer Thomas. He was no longer anything. He was just a part of something larger, something so vast it could not be understood. He was a piece of the hunger, a fragment of the eternal cycle. And yet, in the depths of this collective existence, there was still a flicker of something, a spark of awareness, a shard of a thought that refused to be extinguished. It was a strange thing, a lingering question. It echoed through the void like a ripple in still water, a thought that had been buried deep within the hunger. What are we? The question passed through the endless chorus of whispers, a brief flash of confusion that seemed to stir the very core of the force. And for a moment there was a pause, a silence, but the hunger could not allow for reflection. The hunger could not allow for contemplation. The voices, now part of something so vast, responded in unison, their voices a deep, rumbling chorus. We are everything and nothing. We are the beginning and the end. We are the hunger that consumes all. We are eternal. It was the truth, but it wasn't a comforting one. There was no meaning in the hunger. There was no purpose other than the consumption. No reason beyond the endless pull to merge, to become one with the force that had always existed. And then the hunger shifted again. It became more than just the endless void. It became aware of something, the faintest flicker, a thread, a small sliver of awareness outside the collective hunger. Something new. It was an alien sensation, one that had no place in this vast, infinite consumption. It felt different. It felt other. And as the hunger recognized it, it shifted in response, pulling more fiercely, pulling toward it. It is here, the whispers chanted, their voices trembling with excitement. It is coming. It is close. The sensation that had lingered, so far away, yet drawing closer, finally made its presence known. It was not another force. It was not another hunger. It was a presence, different from the void, different from the endless hunger. It was a question that cut through the very fabric of the consuming force, like a blade through darkness. Who are we? The question echoed through the void, louder this time, reverberating in the minds of the millions who had become part of this endless hunger. And for the first time, the hunger faltered. There was a strange uncertainty, a trembling hesitation that rippled through the collective. It was an awareness of something beyond the hunger, beyond the cycle, a question that threatened to unravel it. And in that moment, the presence grew clearer, stronger, and the hunger responded. Not with force, not with violence, but with confusion. We are hunger. We are eternal. The answer came in a wave, but it was no longer as certain, no longer as sure. The question remained. It gnawed at the very edges of the hunger, tugging at the fabric of existence. And the hunger, for the first time in eternity, began to doubt itself. The doubt lingered, unsettling and strange. It was a fragile thing, a crack in the otherwise unshakable hunger. The presence that had appeared, a question, an unknown force, was unlike anything the hunger had ever encountered. It wasn't a threat in the traditional sense. It wasn't something to consume, not yet. But it was something that had the power to disrupt, to alter. For the first time, the voices of the millions who had been absorbed into the hunger fell silent. The endless murmur of their unified yearning, their shared need, paused. The darkness itself seemed to hold its breath. It was as if the very essence of the void, the very heart of the hunger, was considering something. Who are we? The question echoed once more, a whisper that slithered into the minds of the collective, wrapping itself around their thoughts like a vine. It didn't come from a place of malice. It didn't come from a place of hunger. It was simply a question, a spark of awareness in the middle of an all-consuming darkness. For the first time since it had all begun, Thomas, along with the others, felt something he hadn't felt in ages. Curiosity. The hunger, for all its vastness, its infinite reach, had never known doubt. It had never known uncertainty. It had always existed, unyielding, all-encompassing, moving from one consuming need to the next without ever considering the question of why. Now it did. The voices, once a chaotic chorus, now blended together in a slow, unsteady rhythm, as if considering, as if reflecting. The very core of the hunger, its essence, began to shift under the weight of the question. We are hunger, the collective voice whispered, its tone more fragile than before. We are eternal. We are everything. But the answer felt incomplete. It felt like a half-truth, something that was only part of the whole, something that could no longer explain the force that was growing in the void. The presence, still distant, still unknowable, loomed over them all, its question lingering like a shadow that stretched across the entirety of the consuming force. Thomas felt it too, the uncertainty, the doubt. It washed over him like cold water, creeping into his consciousness. For so long, he had been a part of the hunger. He had been the hunger, no different from the millions of others who had merged into the force. But now there was something in the way. Something that prevented him from simply slipping back into the cycle of endless consumption. We are hunger. We are eternal. The voices chanted again, but this time the words were less sure, less forceful. It was as though they too were beginning to feel the pull of the question that had shattered the very foundation of the hunger. Who are we? The words were insistent. They thrummed through the void, through the endless blackness that stretched on forever. They became a demand, a call for an answer that couldn't be ignored. And then something strange began to happen. The void itself began to change. Not physically. No, the darkness remained as unyielding as ever. But something shifted in the way it felt. The hunger was no longer simply a force. It was beginning to bend, to twist, to reshape itself under the weight of the question. For the first time, the hunger wasn't just consuming, it was changing. Thomas felt it. He felt his consciousness, what little was left of it, slipping away from the singularity of the hunger. He was no longer simply an extension of it. He was something else, something separate. And then the presence, the question, grew stronger, clearer. What are we? The voice was no longer a whisper. It was a presence, a force in and of itself. It was something that understood, something that knew. It wasn't part of the hunger. It didn't belong to the void. It was different. And for the first time in what felt like eternity, the hunger, the infinite, all-consuming force, did something it had never done before. It paused. The shift in the void was like the faintest tremor, like the barely perceptible pulse of something unfamiliar. The hunger, once so eager to consume, to expand, to fill every corner of existence, now hesitated. It was like a beast unsure of its next move, like a predator suddenly faced with an unknown. And for a moment, just a fleeting moment, Thomas wondered, truly wondered, if the hunger could be something else. Something more. Something new. The presence outside the void seemed to answer that unspoken question. The question that had been asked by the hunger itself. By all of them. We are everything, the presence whispered, a voice so vast, so ancient, that it seemed to stretch across the universe. But we are also nothing. Until we understand, the void shuddered and the hunger trembled. It was as if the very fabric of its being was unraveling. Something was breaking. Something was changing. The void around Thomas vibrated with an unfamiliar energy. The hunger, which had once been a force of total dominance, was now unsettled, like a vast ocean in the midst of a storm. The presence that had asked the question, that had dared to challenge the endless cycle, continued to ripple through the dark expanse, growing stronger, clearer with every passing moment. It was a force that was not consumed by the hunger, but that stood outside it, apart from it. It was something that existed beyond the void, beyond the endless devouring. It knew. The collective whispers that had once filled the emptiness now quieted, no longer certain. The hunger itself, once so confident in its purpose, now seemed confused, hesitant. The very foundation of its being, the reason it had existed for eons, was fracturing under the weight of the question that lingered in the air. What are we? The voice rang out again, clearer, stronger this time. It was not just a question now. It was a demand for answers. Thomas, along with the countless souls that had merged into the hunger, felt the weight of the question press into their consciousness. It was not just something that could be ignored, not something that could be pushed aside. It was unavoidable. He felt the stirring in the deepest part of his mind. A quiet voice, almost like a memory, whispered in the recesses of his thoughts. Who are we? What have we become? The hunger had never questioned itself before. It had never needed to. It had always existed to consume, to expand, to feed. That was its purpose, its only reason for being. But now, as the vast dark forces that made up the hunger hesitated, Thomas realized the terrifying truth. The hunger had never known itself. It had only been an instinct, a primal, endless cycle of consumption that had no beginning and no end. But now there was something new. There was the question. The void shuddered again, as if the very walls of this infinite space were being pulled apart by the weight of the doubt. The hunger was being challenged, and it was unsure how to respond. It was as though the question had planted a seed of confusion deep in its core, one that could never be erased. And now, the hunger was unraveling piece by piece. The presence outside the hunger, the one that had posed the question, was no longer distant. It was drawing nearer, its form becoming clearer, its voice stronger. It was not something that could be consumed, not something that could be swallowed into the void. It was separate, and as it drew closer, it pulled something else into the fold, understanding. The hunger, once a singular force, now felt fragmented. It was not a unified whole anymore. The millions of voices that had once sung in unison now seemed to echo with uncertainty. Some of them still yearned for the endless consuming, the devouring, but others, many others, were beginning to question, to doubt, to wonder what it meant to exist only for hunger, only for consumption. What else was there? What had they become? And in the middle of this turmoil, Thomas, or what remained of him, felt a surge of something he hadn't felt in so long. Something human, a fleeting sense of identity, of self, a whisper in the darkness. What if we could stop, the thought whispered. It was almost laughable. The very idea of halting the hunger seemed impossible. It was ingrained in the very fabric of existence, a driving force that had been there since time began. Yet the question still lingered. Could they stop? Could they choose to be something other than the void? Could they choose to be something more? What if we didn't have to consume? Thomas thought again, and for the briefest moment, the hunger paused. The overwhelming urge to feed, to expand, seemed to waver just slightly. But the presence, that external force, was drawing closer, answering the questions, giving shape to the confusion that had overtaken the hunger. You do not have to be this. The presence spoke, its voice like the gentle murmur of a deep river, flowing through the vast expanse of the void. You do not have to be endless hunger. There is another way. There is choice. The hunger recoiled at the idea. It felt alien, wrong. The hunger had no need for choice. It only had need. But now, as the presence brought the possibility of something else, something greater, the very foundations of the hunger began to crack. It was like a dam breaking, small fractures turning into yawning chasms, and with them, the fear of losing its power. And for the first time in the history of the hunger, the idea of loss, of not being all-consuming, was a terrifying thought. You are not bound by this, the presence continued, its voice carrying the weight of truth. You are free. The hunger trembled. It didn't understand. Free? How could it be free? It had always been the force that drove everything forward, that consumed everything in its path. How could it possibly be free if it was not devouring? If it was not the endless, infinite hunger? And yet, as the question echoed through the void, as the hunger paused again in its never-ending pull, Thomas felt something stir within him. Hope. It was a tiny spark, almost imperceptible, but it was there. Perhaps there was more. Perhaps the hunger wasn't all there was. Perhaps they could choose something different. And for the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the hunger began to hesitate. The void stretched out before them, infinite and dark, but now it felt different. The hunger, once so absolute, so unyielding, was faltering. Thomas could feel it. He could sense the tension within the vast expanse. The presence that had posed the question, the one that had whispered of choice and freedom, was now almost tangible. It was no longer distant, no longer just a voice in the darkness. It was real, and it was waiting. The hunger, despite its nature, despite its all-consuming power, was beginning to experience something it had never known: confusion. Thomas felt the stirrings of something new deep within him. It was faint at first, like the first light of dawn just peeking over the horizon. It was hope, yes, but it was more than that. It was a desire to understand, to know what had happened, to know what they had become. What are we? The question had been asked again, and this time, the hunger could not ignore it. It had been asked so many times now, and each time, it caused a ripple, a disturbance in the void. But now there was something else, something more pressing, more urgent. We were more than this, Thomas thought, as though a new awareness was flooding his consciousness. We were something else before, something real. For so long, all that had mattered was the hunger. It had consumed his thoughts, his identity, his very existence. But now, as the presence outside the void drew closer, as the question echoed again and again, Thomas began to remember. He remembered himself. He remembered being a man, a person, a soul with a life, with memories, with connections. He remembered his name. He remembered the world. And as the hunger faltered, as the force that had once been all-encompassing began to pull back, Thomas realized something else. The hunger was not the only force in the universe. There was more. There was a life beyond it, a world outside the void. The presence, as if sensing Thomas's revelation, spoke again, its voice softer now, almost gentle. Yes, it said, you were once something else. You were once alive. Alive. The word resonated within Thomas like a bell ringing in the stillness of the void. He had been alive. He had lived. He had been human. He had been something before all of this, before the hunger had taken over, before he had lost himself. The hunger trembled again, like a beast unsure of its next move. The presence was growing stronger now, pulling the very fabric of the void apart. It was calling them back to something, calling them back to life. But the hunger was not so easily deterred. It had always been, always would be. It was all-consuming. It was power. Still there was doubt. The hunger, for the first time in its endless existence, was questioning its own purpose. Its very foundation was crumbling under the weight of the question. What are we? We are not just hunger, Thomas whispered, his voice barely a thought in the void. But it was enough. It was enough to break through the blackness. We are more than this. The presence, now filling the space around them, responded once more, its voice steady, calm, but imbued with the truth. You are more. You always have been. You are free. The hunger, for the first time, understood. It could no longer ignore the truth. It could no longer deny it. In that moment, a shift occurred. The void, which had once been all-consuming, began to dissipate. The darkness began to break apart like a fog lifting under the first rays of sunlight. It was not instant. It was slow, gradual, but it was undeniable. The hunger, which had once been all that existed, began to shrink. It was no longer an infinite force. It was no longer everything. Thomas felt it, the change. The power, the urge to consume was fading. The endless hunger was no longer the only thing that mattered. There was something else, something more important. He felt the others. The millions of voices, once so unified in their need, now fractured. They were beginning to awaken, to realize what they had lost. They were remembering themselves. They were remembering their own identities. And in that moment, Thomas, for the first time in eternity, felt a tear in the fabric of his existence, a rip in the darkness that had held him captive for so long. He was alive again, alive in a way he hadn't been for so long. He could feel the world again, the memories, the sensations, the connections he had once known. He was not just a part of the hunger anymore. He was himself. But as the hunger shrank, as the void began to unravel, Thomas couldn't help but feel a pang of loss. The hunger had been all-consuming, yes, but it had also been all he had ever known. And now, as it faded away, A new world was coming into view, one he had never imagined before. And the question lingered, still unanswered, still echoing in the void. What are we? The silence that followed the question was unlike anything Thomas had ever felt. The vast emptiness of the void seemed to hold its breath, waiting. The hunger, once so sure of itself, now shuddered, its presence flickering like a dying flame. The reality around them was shifting, changing in ways that Thomas couldn't fully comprehend. The hunger, its essence, was still there, but it was weakening, retreating, as though it no longer knew what it was supposed to be. What are we? The question hung in the air again, not as a whisper, but as a command, a call to understanding. And in that call, Thomas felt the world he had once known, his memories, his sense of self, begin to return. It was a flood, slow at first, but growing like water breaking through a cracked dam. He could remember his life before all of this. He could feel the warmth of the sun on his skin, the rush of wind through the trees. He could hear the sounds of the world, a distant conversation, the laughter of friends, the soft hum of life. Real life. And then there was the hunger, the overwhelming, insatiable force that had overtaken everything, the force that had consumed his very existence. It had taken everything from him, his memories, his life, his self. For so long, he had been nothing but an extension of it. But now, as the hunger faltered, he could see it for what it truly was. A void, a black hole that could never be filled. A force that fed but never thrived. And now, he was remembering what it meant to be something other than the hunger. He was remembering who he was, who he had been. And it wasn't just him. It was all of them. The millions of voices, the countless souls that had once merged into the hunger, were now starting to reawaken. They too were remembering. They were remembering themselves. They were remembering their humanity. As the hunger continued to shrink, as the void began to dissipate, the voices of the lost souls began to speak. At first, it was faint, barely a murmur, but then, as the presence outside the void grew stronger, their voices grew clearer. They were no longer just one unified force. They were individuals once again. I remember, a voice whispered from the darkness. I remember who I was. Another voice joined in, trembling with a mixture of awe and fear. We were something else, a third voice said, filled with wonder. We were alive. The presence, still surrounding them, responded gently, its voice like a soft breeze, brushing through the remnants of the hunger. You are free. The words reverberated through the void, resonating deep within Thomas's soul. Free. It was a strange word, a foreign concept. What did it mean to be free after all this time? What did it mean to be alive, to have a self, to have a choice? The hunger, for all its power, for all its endless pull, had never given them a choice. It had never allowed them to choose. But now, as the last vestiges of the void began to dissipate, as the very essence of the hunger faded into nothingness, Thomas realized something else. They had been given a choice all along. It had always been there, waiting for them to recognize it. The question had been posed again and again, and it had finally cracked through the endless wall of hunger. The hunger had always been a prison, but now it was breaking apart. The presence had torn down that wall, piece by piece, with nothing but a simple question. What are we? And the answer was not found in the hunger. It was found in the remembering. It was found in the selves they had once been, in the lives they had once led. The hunger had been a force, a consuming blackness, but it was not who they were. Thomas felt a surge of emotions, fear, yes, but also relief. The world, or at least the fragment of it that remained, was opening up to them. He could feel it. He could feel the presence growing stronger, the boundaries of the void beginning to fade. The presence that had guided them through this strange journey was now, unmistakably, their guide to freedom. It was no longer a force that would consume them. It was a force that would lead them. You are more than this, the presence whispered, its tone full of warmth and promise. You are free to choose. You are free to live. The voices of the others, Those who had once been part of the hunger, those who had been swallowed up by it, began to speak more clearly now. They were no longer one unified force. They were individuals again, each one awakening from the nightmare they had been trapped in for so long. And then something even more extraordinary happened. The void began to fill, not with hunger, not with darkness, but with light. A soft, golden light that seemed to spread across the vast expanse, slowly pushing the darkness away. The hunger, which had once been an all-consuming force, now seemed to retreat like a fading memory. The voices of the lost souls grew stronger, more vibrant, as the light continued to spread. And Thomas, in the midst of it all, felt something profound stir within him. Hope. It was a strange, unfamiliar feeling, but it was there. It was the spark of something greater, something beyond the hunger. It was the possibility of life. The presence spoke again, its voice now full of joy, full of promise. You are free. You are no longer bound by the hunger. You are no longer slaves to it. You are alive again. The light continued to grow, filling the void, pushing the hunger into nothingness. And Thomas, for the first time in what felt like an eternity, felt truly alive. The light spread further, now enveloping Thomas and the voices around him. It was warm, soothing, a stark contrast to the cold, unyielding darkness they had known for so long. The weight of the hunger that had pressed upon them, that had consumed their very essence, was beginning to lift. With each passing moment, Thomas felt a growing sense of relief, as though something had been taken off his shoulders, something he hadn't realized was there until it was gone. And then slowly, there came a sound, a soft hum that resonated from the light itself. It was peaceful, melodic, like the whisper of a song that was meant to comfort. It wrapped around Thomas, and he felt a sense of peace that he hadn't known in what felt like forever. This wasn't just the absence of the hunger. It was the presence of something far more powerful, something that felt like healing. The others, those whose voices had once been lost in the void, now spoke in unison. They were no longer fractured, no longer confused. They were together, as they once had been, before the hunger had taken everything from them. We remember, a voice whispered, filled with awe. We are more than we were. We are alive. And another voice, filled with wonder, echoed in agreement. Yes. We are not bound by the hunger anymore. We are free. The voices, once trapped in the endless cycle, were now free. Free to be themselves again. Free to choose. And Thomas, standing in the center of this growing light, felt a deep and overwhelming gratitude. He had never imagined there could be a world beyond the hunger, a reality that didn't revolve around consuming, around endless need. But now he realized there was so much more. He took a breath, one deep, real breath, and felt the air fill his lungs. It was something simple, something he had taken for granted before. The world around him, the light, the voices, the feeling of life, it all felt so incredibly vivid. The color, the warmth, the emotions, he felt alive in a way he hadn't known he could. He could hear the soft hum of the light growing louder now, filling the void, replacing the emptiness with something richer, something more human. The hunger, once a constant, overwhelming force, was now nothing but a distant, fading memory. It no longer controlled them. It no longer defined them. And as Thomas stood there, surrounded by the light, he felt a new question arise, one that was filled with hope and wonder. What comes next? The presence, which had guided them through this awakening, spoke softly, as if anticipating his thoughts. Its voice was calm and reassuring, like a warm hand on his shoulder. What comes next is yours to choose. The words filled Thomas with a sense of awe. He wasn't trapped anymore. He wasn't a part of something he couldn't understand or control. He had his freedom. He could choose. And with that thought, a new wave of emotion flooded over him. It wasn't fear. It wasn't confusion. It was a quiet, peaceful certainty. He knew what he had to do. He didn't have all the answers. He didn't know everything that lay ahead. But for the first time in as long as he could remember, he knew that he was free to find them. The voices of the others, those who had been swallowed by the hunger, who had been lost, were no longer afraid. They had found their sense of self again, their individuality. They were no longer bound by the force that had controlled them for so long. They were whole. The light grew brighter, more vibrant, and the hunger, now a mere whisper, began to dissipate entirely, like mist burned away by the sun. And then, with a final, soft hum, the void closed. It wasn't with the crash of destruction, or the pull of consuming forces. No, the void simply faded. It became a distant memory, something that was no longer needed. Thomas felt himself move. His body, his real, human body, was there. The ground beneath his feet was solid. He could feel the warmth of the sun again, feel the coolness of the wind. He looked around, and for the first time he could see everything. The world was out there, waiting for him. And he was free. The world before him was not the one he had remembered before the hunger had consumed him. It was different, but it felt real. The sky above was a deep blue, with soft clouds drifting lazily by. The air smelled fresh, clean, like the earth had just been reborn. Thomas could feel the warmth of the sun on his skin, a sensation so foreign, so vivid, it almost brought tears to his eyes. It was a strange feeling, this freedom. He hadn't realized how much he had longed for it until it was finally his. The absence of the hunger was like waking up from a long, oppressive dream, only to find that the world, though unfamiliar, was somehow more alive than he could have imagined. As Thomas took a step forward, he realized he was no longer alone. The others were with him. He could hear their voices, soft, like whispers carried on the wind. They were talking, laughing, as though they too had been freed from the chains that had bound them for so long. "We remember," one voice said, filled with a sense of wonder. "We are free." Thomas looked around and saw them, figures in the distance, walking toward him. They were human. He could feel it, deep in his bones. They weren't consumed by hunger anymore. They were whole, individuals with memories, with lives of their own. They were alive, and as they came closer, Thomas could see the expressions on their faces. There was awe, there was disbelief, and there was something else, something pure, something filled with the joy of rediscovery. They were remembering. "What do we do now?" Thomas asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. The presence, still with them, still guiding them, spoke softly, its voice full of warmth. "What you choose. You are no longer bound by the hunger. You are free to live your own lives, to create, to choose." The words filled Thomas with a deep sense of peace. He looked around at the others, each of them stepping forward, their eyes wide with wonder as they took in the world that lay before them. They were free, free from the hunger, free from the emptiness, free to choose. For the first time in what felt like forever, Thomas didn't feel lost. He didn't feel like a mere part of something bigger. He felt like himself. He felt like a man who had been given a second chance. The others, too, seemed to be realizing the same thing. They were smiling, laughing, talking in hushed voices, as if they were afraid to disturb the peace, afraid to wake up from the dream. And yet, in that moment, Thomas understood something that had eluded him before. He didn't need to have all the answers. He didn't need to know everything that came next. What mattered was that he had the freedom to find those answers. What mattered was that they could choose together. "I think," one of the voices spoke again, "I think we need to remember how to live." "Really live?" Thomas smiled. It was simple, but it was true. They had been so consumed by the hunger for so long, they had forgotten what it meant to truly live, to feel, to be human. But now, they had a chance to learn again, to rebuild. He looked around at the others. Each one of them was slowly discovering themselves, remembering the lives they had once led. They were talking, connecting, forming bonds that had been lost, not just to the hunger, but to time itself. The world was waiting for them. They were free. But as Thomas looked around, he couldn't help but wonder, what had caused the hunger to begin with? What had allowed it to take over, to consume so many? Was it just an accident, something beyond their understanding? Or was there something more to it? But then, he remembered the most important thing, the thing that mattered now. They were alive. They had been freed. They had a second chance. And for the first time, he realized that the question of what had been lost didn't matter. What mattered was what they would do now that they had been given a chance to live again. For the first time in ages, Thomas felt the stirrings of hope. He didn't know what the future would hold. He didn't know what came next. But he knew one thing for sure: they were free to find out. They were free to choose. And as the light of their new world grew brighter, Thomas felt a sense of peace settle over him. The hunger was gone. The void was gone. They had all been given a second chance. And whatever came next, they would face it together. The peace that had settled over them was more profound than anything Thomas had ever known. It wasn't just the absence of the hunger. It was the presence of something greater, a sense of possibility, of choice, that stretched out before them like an endless horizon. The air felt clearer, more vibrant, and as Thomas took in his surroundings, it was as though the very world itself had been reborn along with them. The others were scattered around him now, walking, talking, still in awe of the new life they had found. They didn't seem to have a clear destination in mind. They simply existed in the moment, soaking in the beauty of being alive once more. It was as if they were all taking their first breaths of true freedom. One voice broke the silence, soft and filled with wonder. "I never thought it would feel like this." Thomas turned to see a figure standing nearby, a woman with a look of amazement in her eyes. Her face was marked by the journey they had all shared, yet there was a lightness to her now, a relief that wasn't there before. She wasn't the same person she had been during the hunger. When she had been lost to it, she had reclaimed herself. She was whole. "What do we do now?" she asked, her voice trembling with the weight of the question. Thomas thought about it for a moment, the enormity of it all settling in. The possibilities were endless, but the one thing that was clear was that they were no longer bound by the past. The hunger, the emptiness, it was all behind them now. They were free. "We live," Thomas said, the words coming to him with a quiet certainty. "We live and make something of this freedom." The woman smiled, and in that smile, Thomas saw something he hadn't seen in so long, a glimmer of hope. It wasn't just hope for survival. It was hope for something more. Hope for meaning. For connection. They had all been part of something terrifying, something that had taken everything from them. But now they had the chance to build something new. Something real. As the others gathered around, there was a quiet understanding between them. They didn't need to speak it aloud. They all felt it. They had been given a second chance. And this time they would not squander it. This time they would choose to live. They began to walk together, moving forward as a group, unsure of what lay ahead but certain of one thing. They had the freedom to choose what came next. There was no longer any hunger to consume them, no longer any void to swallow them whole. The world ahead was full of possibilities, and though they didn't have all the answers, they now had the freedom to seek them. They could find their place in this new world, build their lives back from the fragments of their memories, and perhaps even create new ones along the way. Thomas felt the weight of it all, the joy, the fear, the uncertainty. It was a strange combination, but it felt real. He wasn't alone in this. None of them were. They were all in it together, and that made all the difference. As they walked, a new voice spoke up, breaking the silence that had settled between them. It was a man, his voice hesitant but filled with a quiet excitement. "What if we build something new?" The question lingered in the air, and for a moment, no one responded. They all seemed to consider it, the weight of the idea settling over them. Could they truly build something new from the ashes of their past? Could they create a life that was their own? "What if we create something that can never be taken from us again?" the man added, his voice more confident now. Thomas looked at the group around him. Each of them had been through unimaginable horrors, had been swallowed by the darkness and emerged from it. They had lost so much, but now they had a chance to build. to make something that could never be undone. I think that's the only thing left to do, Thomas said, his voice filled with determination. Rebuild. And so they began to talk about what that might look like. They didn't have a plan, not yet. But it didn't matter. The freedom was what mattered now. They had their lives back, and they could choose how to live them. They could choose to find meaning. They could choose to create. And most importantly, they could choose to live. With each step they took, the world around them seemed to open up more. The land, once barren and empty, was now filled with possibility. There was nothing holding them back anymore. They were free to explore, free to rediscover, free to create a new world, one that didn't have to be defined by the hunger, by the void. As they walked together, something else began to stir within Thomas. A quiet thought, a feeling deep within him. He didn't know where it came from, but it felt important. It was a simple realization, one that filled him with a quiet sense of hope. They had survived. They had made it through the darkest of times, and they had come out on the other side. And now they were free. And in that freedom, there was something even more important. They had each other. They were no longer alone. They had found their way back to each other, back to themselves. And that, Thomas realized, was what truly mattered. As they continued to walk, the world around them seemed to shift. The sky, once just a dull expanse of gray, now bloomed with color. Soft shades of pink and gold bled into the horizon, as if the world itself was beginning to breathe again. The wind was no longer sharp and biting. It was gentle, warm, and welcoming. Thomas felt a sense of connection to everything, something he hadn't realized he'd been missing for so long. The land, the air, the sun, all of it felt alive, as though it were part of him now, just as he was part of it. He could feel the earth beneath his feet, the way the grass brushed against his skin, and it was as though every little detail was a reminder that life was still possible. The others walked beside him, each of them quietly reflecting on their own thoughts, yet all of them seemed to share the same sense of peace. They had each come from a place of darkness, from a place where their very souls had been eaten away by the hunger. But now they were here, together, and nothing could take that away from them. A sudden laugh broke the silence, soft and full of joy. One of the women, her face lit with a smile, turned to Thomas and said, "I don't know about you, but I think I've forgotten how to laugh. It feels good." The laughter was contagious. Soon, others were chuckling softly, as if the sound had been locked away for too long and had now finally found its way back into the world. It wasn't just a laugh. It was a rebirth, a sign that, despite everything they had endured, they had found something worth cherishing again. As they continued their journey, Thomas found himself growing more certain of one thing. They didn't need to have all the answers right now. They didn't need to know exactly what the future held. The important thing was that they were together, and together, they could face whatever lay ahead. They came to a clearing, a quiet patch of land surrounded by tall trees. The sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows across the grass. It was peaceful here, almost as if the world itself had created this place for them to rest, to reflect, and to simply be. They sat down in the clearing, spreading out in a loose circle. No one spoke for a while, but the silence wasn't uncomfortable. It was a comfortable, shared silence. The kind of silence that comes when people don't need words to understand each other. They were all here, all of them alive, together, and that was enough. After a time, one of the men spoke. His voice was deep, filled with a quiet strength that came from having survived the worst of it. "I don't know what the future holds for us," he said, looking around at the group. "But what I do know is that we've been given a second chance. We've been given the opportunity to rebuild. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough." There was a quiet agreement in the group, a collective nod of understanding. They had been given something precious, the freedom to live, to choose, to start over. It wasn't perfect. They didn't know what would come next, or if they would even find the answers they were looking for. But they had each other, and they had this new world in front of them. Another voice broke the silence. It was the woman who had spoken earlier, the one who had laughed. "We don't have to know everything, do we?" Her voice was light, but there was a sense of resolve in it. "We just have to keep moving forward. Together." A ripple of agreement passed through the group. There was no need for perfection. There was no need for certainty. What mattered was that they were moving forward, each step taking them further away from the darkness of the past and closer to the light of the future. They would find their way together. As the day turned to night, the group huddled closer together, the warmth of each other's presence creating a safe space against the cool evening air. They shared stories, small pieces of their pasts that they hadn't spoken about before. They didn't have to explain the hunger, the darkness, they all understood. Instead, they talked about what they remembered of their lives before the hunger had taken hold. The small moments that had once seemed insignificant but now held deep meaning. And in the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled above them, Thomas felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. It was a deep, abiding sense of peace. He wasn't alone. He wasn't lost. He was part of something greater, something real. And that was enough. As the days passed, the group found a rhythm. There was no urgency in their steps anymore, no fear of the unknown. They had learned to live with the knowledge that their futures were not written in stone, but in the choices they made each day. The hunger, the terror, the darkness, those things were behind them now. They were free to explore, free to grow, and free to create their own lives. The world around them continued to shift, slowly but steadily. The earth was healing, recovering from whatever had plagued it, just as they were. Each day felt like a gift, a reminder that life, in its simplest form, was a treasure. The group found joy in the little things, the sound of the wind rustling through the trees, the sight of a bird soaring across the sky, the warmth of the sun on their skin. They had learned to appreciate the world in a way they never had before, as if everything around them was a new discovery, a new beginning. Thomas, too, felt himself changing. He had once been a man consumed by the hunger, a man who had lost his way in the dark. But now, with each passing day, he felt himself becoming something else. A man who had rediscovered the meaning of life, the beauty of living in the present, of being surrounded by people who cared for him and whom he cared for in return. He wasn't perfect, and neither was the world around him. But it was real. It was theirs. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in brilliant hues of orange and purple, Thomas stood at the edge of the clearing, looking out over the land. The others were gathered behind him, speaking quietly amongst themselves. There was a calm, a peace that had settled over them all, one that felt as if it were woven into the very fabric of the world. He didn't know what the future would hold. He didn't know if they would find answers to the questions that still lingered in his mind. But what he did know was that they were no longer slaves to the hunger, no longer trapped in the endless cycle of despair. They were free. The wind whispered through the trees, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Thomas could breathe easily. He had survived. They had survived, and now they could live. The future was unwritten, but that was the beauty of it. They had the power to write their own story. And for the first time, Thomas felt truly, completely free. And that's the end of this story. Now fall asleep.